to each other's dwarf forts. Like, I do a fortress tour video, and then you react to my fortress tour video, and then I react to your fortress tour video, and then you react to my react video of your fortress tour, etc. What is that again? Pointless algorithm farming is what it is. Although I don't even know if it works anymore. It certainly did for a minute there. The dwarves that are currently alive in the fort are Snail, Ushrir, Sanic, RS, Hazazah, Phoenix the Dwarf, Razlime, Soul Shinery, Sax, Pablo, Time and Raff, Alden, Piranha, Goats, White Dog, Walrus, Lolosan, Deadliest, Seashore's Wall, the Mason, Civ, Reza, Onyx, NetJam Jr., Animal, Bastet, H2O, 4S, Audio, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Potato King, Wendigo, Space Pirate, Trevor in VR, Impalification, Tapioca, Hex, Curses, Vitatech, Kodiak, Rolf, Rory, and Nortrim, Footloose, Jerhenning, Accident, Spice, and the last few of Le Monde, Air, Ashen Dust, and the kids, of course, Render and Brinbjorn. If you would like a dwarf, give me a shout. But how are your elephants? Well, elephant calves. More elephant calves. More elephant calves. Got quite a few elephant calves. Pretty good. Swap tour. I mean, yeah, we could do that, but it has to be videos reacting to other videos, right? Watching a Mason demonstration? Someone has to. But to those of you coming over from Bellinair stream, also, Clino, in response to the thing that you said, didn't Tarn say on the stream last week that that option wasn't in the game yet? But anyway, this is something that we put together in this little fortress. But this little fortress is not very little, right? I mean, obviously, we've got that lovely Steam logo, but if we go down through here, it's actually very, very big. Very, very big, and also kind of laggy. But the coolest part about this fortress, really, is the fact that there's 2 elephant pens up there. But down here, we have these 3 lava towers, right? These 3 lava towers are built entirely out of glass. Yeah, no, this is just a little fort I whipped up in a couple weeks, right? Nothing crazy. Nothing like Long Death. But anyway, so down here is... Stop it. Down here, there is a pit of lava, right? So over top of this lava are these gold bridges. The 3 in the middle can be lifted up separately. And then the green bridges can also be lifted up, and the red bridges on either side can also be lifted up. Now, if I go up, there's this. This is a power line that connects to these axles that go down to all those water wheels down here that can power all of the pumps inside of these, which pump the lava up onto the top, and then it spills out and over the floodgates down onto the walkways down here. So essentially, just force melting everything that is trying to get into my fort. And it's very effective, shall we say. It's very, very, very effective and quite entertaining. And sometimes they get flung off of these drawbridges and up, and then they hit the ceiling, and then they come back down with injuries already, and then they melt in the lava. And down here is all of the stuff that we've melted. So, yeah. You still a miller, or have you learned a new trade? I can't remember if you're still around. I think you are. Yes, there you are. You are, in fact, still a miller. Kodiak, the miller. You are blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom, and you remember learning about masonry. So it seems like you've been teaching yourself about masonry. You can do all this stuff in this game. Dude, it's literally a physics sandbox. Like, when I joke that it's like, Dwarf, when I say that dwarf, like here, I'll turn the thing on for a second here, just to show you. I'll turn the thing on just to show you. There's another dumb thing that we're also doing in this fortress. I have a web-spitting elephant in the basement that I'm using dogs to force I'll explain it to you in a minute. Anyway, there's a web-spitting elephant in my basement. So anyway, these are the glass towers, right? And this is what it does. So you see these up top? We just need to wait for a dwarf to come over here and pull a lever. There's a reason you can just sit here and play this game for like thousands of hours, because like once you get to endgame, you're just like, yeah, I'm just building a fucking Steam logo for some reason. So what happens when a dwarf comes over here and pulls that goddamn lever? We'll wait until they do that. Where are you at? Man, get over here. Pull the lever. Pull. Oh, there you are, probably this guy. Come over here and pull the lever. Actually, hold up. I'm gonna forbid this so I don't accidentally torch one of my dwarves. What are you doing? Melting metal object. Melting metal object. Okay, I might actually have to just like cancel this. Yeah, so those two dwarves are both gonna get torched. If I allow this to go through. So I'm gonna have to cancel this lever pull for now while they go up there and grab those. Give it a second. So let's pull this now. So when that lever gets pulled, let's just remove melt from these. There you go. Canceled a bunch of jobs probably. Go down there and pull the lever. So normally what I would do when I'm getting sieged is I'd lock a dwarf in that room so that they can't leave, so that they just pull the levers. That's why there's food and drink in there. But they come down here. That's not you. Okay, who's pulling the lever then? You? Of course, it's the person who, like, who can barely stand with motor nerve damage is going to do it. Go pull the lever. This dwarf's just, like, walking on crutches, basically, which is why they're flickering. Okay, so you come down here and you pull that lever, and that's going to make the towers up top here. The sides are going to disappear, and the lava's going to flow. So watch this. And yeah, it lags a little bit, but there's lava going everywhere. So yeah, that's how I defend this fort. Except the drawbridges in the middle would be raised, obviously. Like, this is why I have problems playing other games when Dwarf Fortress exists. Is because it's like, good luck. It's like, yeah, I could build a military, but that's boring. Where's the fun in that? I mean, like, it gets even more crazier when you realize that you can fill minecarts with lava and then slam minecarts into a wall and it shoots the lava out like a flying fireball projectile. So does numbers go as like crazy like Songs of Six? What, like the tens of thousands? Nothing goes like Songs of Six. If Dwarf Fortress did that, I wouldn't play Songs of Six. There'd be no reason to. Like, literally. That's the reason I play Songs of Six. I play games that don't do anything, that do things that nothing else does, right? So Songs of Six is super unique with the scale that it has. That's what makes that game interesting and unique. What Dwarf Fortress does that's interesting and unique is its world generation and its history generation. and also the ludicrous, stupid physics sandbox stuff that you can do in this game. And then also I could, let's actually pull the red door first, so the casualties are minimal. I just want to show you the center bridges. Yeah, imagine. I couldn't. I don't know what 1650 means. So, lock you in here so that you're just going to pull these levers for me. We close the safety door, just the red door. Bonk. And then I can pull this lever and this lever, which will clean a bunch of the lava off and also give you an idea of what this stuff does. And there you go. And then I can close all 3 of these. One, 2, and 3. I can let the dwarf out. After a few months or years? Let me just remind you, right? Let me remind you of something. Let me remind you of something. This is Dwarf Fortress, and this was uploaded 6 years ago. This person using vampires and a whole shitload of drawbridges made Space Invaders. Stuff's already been done that's pretty crazy. When you realize that you can use vampires as logic gates, you just need someone who's nuts enough. And eventually, things go truly crazy. DF is Turing complete, yes. I probably. Not that I have a video on quick tab of, though, Hannah. Sure, I know, like, nothing about competitive chess. So apologies for my incompetence. Yes, DF is Turing complete. But, yeah, I don't know. That's just not the way I play the game, though. So there will never be a point where I'm going around making vampire logic gates, because that's just like, that's not what I find enjoyable about Dwarf Fort. But it is possible. Hey, White Dog. Your dwarf's still alive, by the way. A vampire logic gate, yeah. I mean, it's not an illogic gate. Anyway, the other dumb thing that I was going to show you guys, I also have this elephant. So this is a huge eyeless elephant. It has 3 long hanging tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Its cobalt hair is short and even beware its webs. We trapped it in this very small space right here and put a bunch of dogs in front of it. And then I have this lever that I pull, which closes these drawbridges so the doors don't have panic attacks when they see the elephant. And then they run in and they grab all of its cobwebs and they spin them into silk. The fuck is a logic gate? Chat, you take this one. This one is up to actually Pink Fluffy Llama. Go nuts. I'll stay over here and just play Dwarf Fort. Just made up some enchiladas. Ooh, enchiladas. Delicious. So now that those are shut, and the dogs all get... This is like animal abuse, because every single time I close it, these dogs just get whipped with... Like, every single time somebody gets slapped with silk. I made my very own Space Invaders? No, just dog abusers. Not Space Invaders. That's the opposite of an illogical game. And then the dwarves all come in and they do this. And then they make silk. For flooding the map when invaded would be cool. Yeah, you could do that. Very similar design to mine. They don't need to be enclosed. I just didn't want to burn the entire map down every time. I'm trying to explain to somebody in a different Discord that if you subscribe to Twitch Turbo, you get to watch ad-free, which is true. They're insisting that I'm wrong, but I'm just like, I know I'm not wrong. But yes, I do end up furiously typing from time to time. Why did that get you up here while collecting sand? That's odd. Also, I've ended up with like a weirdly large number of books in this fort. Why are you stressed? Unable to acquire something. Sad dwelling upon experiencing trauma. Angry after getting into an argument. What was the trauma, though? Massive straight scar. Probably combat related. Oh, okay. You saw a Cyclops die. Yeah, that would do it. Okay. Also... Oh, post liaison, still not happy, really. Anyway, I should probably just mute that Discord server and move on. Basically, the vampire can turn switches from 1 to 0 and cause things to happen in DF. Still not sure, though. I mean, there's just, like, enough that you can do with pressure plates and switches that Dwarf Fortress can act like a mini computer. In similar ways that Redstone in Minecraft can act like a computer. So you can do some pretty whack things in Dwarf Fortress when you start looking at what you can do with vampires and switches, similar to Redstone in Minecraft. It's just like, I know somebody that made a functional calculator in Roller Coaster Tycoon using splitting tracks. You theoretically can do that. Why vampires? Because they're immortal, don't need to eat, and don't need to sleep, so they're perfectly predictable. They also can't go insane. So they can get annoyed and depressed and tantrum, but they can't go insane completely. Unless they go berserk, and you have to try really hard to make them go berserk. But basically, they're immortal, they don't die, and they're generally pretty happily occupied by simply pulling levers. Or Transport Tycoon, yeah, that's another example of a game that people have made weird calculators and stuff in. Your mind right now? Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? You don't need to do any of that shit in Dwarf. It's all like weird workarounds that the player base has found to do weird shit and get views on YouTube and upvotes on Reddit. And just to say that they did it, it's not like it's a required mechanic in the video game. Like, this isn't a Zachtronics game that we're talking about here. This is a game about building a fortress full of dwarves that also just happens to have the functionality in it that you could theoretically use it as a programming language if you want. That's all it really is. Explaining vampire mechanics, and I mean, I understand like the logic behind how they work. It's just I don't understand how logic gates work, so. And quite frankly, don't care to learn. I'm quite happy. I mean, actually, that's not true. I have locked a vampire in a room before to pull a lever. But, you know. Sometimes you fail to calculate 1 + 1. Yeah, there's a reason I dropped out of high school. Because I kind of found that shit to be pointless, and I still kind of feel that way. Some stuff in university, pretty useful. High school, Someone was telling you the other day that walled up vampires were going insane pretty easy now. Usually turn them off in World Gen. Have I experimented with them in recently? The last time I had a vampire go insane in a wall was in Long Death. And it went insane while it was... but also remember, that was before the moods were improved in this version. I actually haven't seen a vampire in this version. So this current install, haven't seen a single one. In Long Death, I had one dwarf turn into a vampire. And they went insane that vampire went insane almost immediately. But it was already super depressed and tantruming, which is why it punched a statue why am I blanking? Which is why it punched a statue and became a vampire in the first place, was because it was tantruming. So I just kind of chalked it up to that, but I don't know. I've had vampires in the same version as Long Death, like just locked in a room for like 20 plus years, and they got a little pissy after a bit, but generally they were fine. So I don't know how accurate that is. It might be. I mean, I haven't really been messing with it much. You had 2 vampires in your forts a few weeks ago, and they both went insane. One took a lot longer than the other, though. Did you lock them in? I'm assuming you locked them in rooms, right? I mean, I'm kind of okay with that, to be honest. I mean, like, at the end of the day, if you're trying to build a computer in Dwarf Fortress, you're probably using DF hack, right? And by that logic, you're probably also not only using DF hack, but, like, removing stress anyway, so I don't see how that matters. Like, genuinely, like, I don't see how that matters. Like, if you're trying to build a computer in Dwarf Fortress, you should just be disabling stress and stuff like that. Like, you're playing it as a sandbox at that point. Yeah, generally when a dwarf goes to jail for murder, they're not the kind of dwarf that's going to do very well, right? It's just like the last fell mood I had went insane. They went berserk because they went into a fell mood, murdered a dwarf and made an artifact, and then were put in prison for murder, and they went berserk almost immediately, right? Usually if a dwarf is far enough gone to commit murder, they go insane pretty quick. You use your vampires to write books or make paper. That's a good use for them, because usually they're quite good at writing. Usually they've been around long enough by the time they get to your fort, unless they are made in your fort, that they're generally pretty good at that sort of thing. I would describe that as a pretty good use. So this is going to go all the way up to the ceiling, which will probably be pretty close to here. And then in here somewhere, I will place a tavern with, like, rounded up walls, which will be neat. Or at least neat in my opinion. I gotta say, my one big complaint about these lava towers is they don't automatically trigger a like movie bass drop sound when I turn them on, which kind of makes me really sad. I really wish they'd make like a big loud bass drop sound or something. Let's jump back down to our big boy friend. I'm actually really sad. A cave dragon ran across this map. First time ever seeing a cave dragon, and it hasn't come back. So that really bums me out. Usually send them into the caverns with a pick and have them start their own little vampire colony. Usually gets wiped out by a forgotten beast. Yeah, I've done that. Like, sign them as a miner and make them go wall themselves off. Depends on if I like the dwarf or not, though. I want a blind IRL sound sense pack. There's probably enough me making sounds on the internet that you probably could do that. Hey, Dark Philosopher. Passing by before you go back to sleep. I hate waking up in the middle of the night. Again, when I was sleeping well. Tomorrow's the next episode of Learning to Go Fortress the Exam. Yes. So tomorrow's going to be a little nuts because tomorrow I will be on that Kit Fox stream. It's like officially announced now instead of me just stating it. But I will be on that Kit Fox stream from 11 until 1 Pacific or 2 p.m. until 4 p.m. Eastern. And then after that, I'm going to turn my stream on, and she's going to raid me with the Kit Fox channel. And then I will be playing Long Death for a bit. And then like 2 hours later, Tarn's joining me. So Tarn and Tekit are joining me, actually, for after that. No, it's not on the Kit Fox stream. It's on here. It's on this channel. This channel, not on the Kit Fox stream. I get to backseat on the Kit Fox stream. See if I can get her to show us the options menu. I want to do an options menu deep dive. See everything. But we'll see. Will I be playing? No. I will just be simply watching through a call, I assume. Actually, chat, I've got a question for you because I think I'm going to be jumping into a call with her early tomorrow to like do a tech setup thing to try and make things go smoother than last week. Would you guys prefer camera on or camera off for premium? Like, would you guys prefer to have cameras on there, or should I just push to have no cams? What do you guys think? Like, if you guys could just, like, poke Fox and be like, yes or no to camera, what do you guys want? Ah, the internet. Camera on, camera off, camera on, camera off. Seems to be leaning no cameras. Okay. Noted. Pink, you like my face. I understand it. No preference? Gotcha. But yeah, unfortunately, I will not be playing. God, that would be cool. If, it's a nice face. What can I say? It can't be a mean face if I'm in a bad mood. How's the fort going? Pretty good. This is Stonewater, where we're doing dumb mega projects, so I built that. I also have plans to build a Kit Fox logo elsewhere. I just need to figure out where I'm going to put it. It's probably going to go in here somewhere. But, yeah, no, I understand that, Coco. Thank you. But, yeah, all right. Well, good to know. I will forward that in feedback format. But, yeah, we built that. You got lava towers that douse walkway in lava. It's a pretty good time so far, I gotta say. There's no clear corner. Yeah, which is actually gonna make streaming it difficult. I've been wondering where I'm gonna put my camera on it for a while, actually, because it seems like everything's just kind of everywhere. So, which is great, but also terrible for streamers. So I don't know how I'm gonna do camera post premium. Actually, I've been wondering that for a bit. Certainly not gonna do what a lot of those VTubers do, which is do small screen and then big Can I just say, like, that's actually my biggest pet peeve about, like, modern era Twitch are people who just, like, regardless of if you're a VTuber or not, I just find VTubers are particularly bad for this, which is just when, like, the entire screen is your face and there's like a tiny little hip. That just drives me fucking bonkers. It's like, God damn it. Like, I'd rather just stare at ads all day. Like, just let me actually see what you're doing in the video game. I know I can't be the only person who thinks that this is annoying as shit. Drives me nuts. But yeah, fort's going pretty good. I hope things are okay, amateur. I hope the wife's doing all right. Hang in there, man. You were pissed when at those vampires from your newest fort, they drained your legendary armor and your carpenter? Oh my god. That sucked. I once had a vampire in my fort, and I couldn't find him, couldn't figure out who it was, and then realized it was the mayor. Dude ate like 8 children. So I locked him in a room by himself, trained him up as a military dude, and sent him off to go attack the enemies. Went off and attacked one round of enemies and then came back. Went off, attacked another round of enemies and then came back. Went off, and these were winning, like fighting multiple armies of people. And finally came back. And when he came back the third time, it was right as a really scary Forgotten Piece showed up. And so I was evacuating the lower caverns, right, to get my dwarves out of the lower cavern. He came back and I didn't realize it. Booked it down to the lower level of the fort. And I pulled the lever to raise the drawbridge to seal off the fortress, right, at the bottom of the fortress. And this mayor booked it past as the drawbridge was going up, got flung into the air, landed on the ground, ran straight at the Forgotten Beast, got blasted with a ball of flames, vaulted through the ball of flames, stabbed the beast to death, and died in a ball of fire. I was like, you know what? You've redeemed yourself. You've like paid your debts. Like you ate a lot of children, but you saved the fortress and died in the process. It's like a backwards pyramid on the inside? No, I mean, on the outside, it's a pyramid, but I've got like this weird, I mean, it's like a little jagged at the bottom. Like it's not a perfect circle or a perfect square or anything, but like it's got the ramps on the outside. It's more of a ziggurat than a pyramid. And then on the inside, there's just like a hollow structure that's doing some weird shit. And then it's got the 3 towers on the inside. So it's more of a ziggurat than a pyramid, but you know. So like this is ground level right here. This is going all the way up to the top. Yeah, it was kind of a redemption arc, I would say. That's good to hear, Amateur. You're in a good mood right now? Why is that? I'm in a good mood because vacation and... Did aliens make this structure? I mean, there's VOD proof that I made this structure, but maybe I'm an alien for these dwarves, so perhaps. I mean, all I have to say, though, is, hey, Got Any Jet is, ancient alien theorists believe that the answer is... Yes? Because ancient alien theorists theorize that. You know what my biggest disappointment of the year was? Is that the Ancient Aliens game is just a mobile port and looks like absolute ass. I saw that game coming up in previews and I was just like, man, I wish you could be good. Please be good. Please be. It was awful looking. Like not even like, and also like weirdly expensive. It's like awful looking and like $25 in Canada. It's just like, man, if only this awful looking video game could have been like $1.50 or something I could have bought and streamed for the jokes. Oh well. Just a few small reasons. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that you're in a good mood right now. I'm just like stressed as all fuck about tomorrow. Like I do like I've done plenty of talks with Tarn at this point, right? And I feel like I know him well enough that I kind of know what to expect for those streams, right? But at the same time, I still get weirdly stressed out. Like, oh god, my internet could go out, my stream could crash, my like PC could explode, like all the things that could happen that won't. So I get weirdly stressed like the day before. I mean, I haven't even finished prepping the doc and there's like 200 and something questions for me to go through. Have you never seen the show Ancient Aliens? Because if you've never seen the show Ancient Aliens, I'm not even going to bother. Unfortunately? So you have seen it? Then why are you asking? You should get it if you've seen it. It's a really dumb show that's kind of entertaining. And I wouldn't recommend taking it seriously. If you've never seen the show, but if you've seen the guy with crazy hair going, then you've probably, then you've, or it's more like a, then yes, smack. But no, you're totally fine. Long story short, it's a show on History Channel, that where a bunch of pseudoscientists and writers talk about how they think that like the pyramids were made by aliens, probably, maybe. The aliens guy, yes. This, hold on. They call it a documentary series. This guy. So, you know, that guy. It's just a bunch of pseudoscientific bullshit. That's all it is. I enjoy it for the same reason that like I enjoy a lot of bad TV. But I also like just reading about UFO encounters and shit, even though I take it all with a grain of salt and just assume it's just people covering up unfortunate trauma. Which is usually the case, actually, when it comes to like alien abduction scenarios and stories. It's generally just people covering up abuse or like your mind just dealing with PTSD of like familial violence and stuff. So Dr. Jackson from Stargate, but the real version. Sure, yeah. But no, you could go the rest of your life and never see a single episode of the Ancient Aliens TV show and be totally fine. It's about as okay, if Ancient Aliens is Ancient Aliens is no more or less realistic or accurate to reality than Pawn Stars. And if you haven't seen Pawn Stars, then, you know, you're fortunate, and I envy you. Yet at the same time, when I was in Vegas this past week, and I went to their pawn shop, so. You have a similar thing. I mean, there's multiple episodes in Ancient Aliens about Atlantis. So there's multiple episodes of that show about Atlantis. Although, in my opinion, best Atlantis is the Disney film Atlantis. Fucking great movie. Carrots. Why is it always carrots? I didn't even eat carrots. I got you 4 basic food groups: beans, bacon, whiskey, and lard. Great movie. I mean, there's like whole towns in Canada dedicated to Bigfoot sightings, if you want to talk about like dumb shit that isn't real. Also, by the way, so you know how we like, this is super unrelated. You know how we like to talk about dumb patch notes, chat? You know what game has been developing some really, no, I mean, we're obviously not the only planet with life on it in the universe. But the reason that particular show is dumb is it completely negates human ingenuity and just assumes that everything that people have built on our planet by people were built by aliens. Sure, aliens, if they exist, aliens, if they exist locally to us in our galaxy, have probably visited. Is anything in that show even remotely believable or accurate? No, and that's why it's funny, okay? So if we're arguing, have aliens visited us? If they're local to us, probably. Would we know? Probably not. Have they affected our history? Maybe. Is anything in that show believable? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, do they make an even remotely convincing argument? No. Does it make for entertaining television? Yes. That's about it. Like, absolutely. There's probably fucking life in our galaxy or not in our galaxy, in our solar system that isn't on Earth. I wouldn't be surprised if there's bacteria on one of Jupiter's moons. Like, it probably exists. Like, there is a very, very high chance that there's at the very least unintelligent life in our solar system right now. That isn't us. I mean, not that we're intelligent necessarily, but do I believe that fucking sky pyramids came down from the ground and taught the ancient Egyptians how to make pyramids and that they should point directly at stars? Nah, that's a stretch. That's a stretch. I believe that humans were smart enough in ancient Egypt to be able to build those. Like, that Humans are smart. We have done some crazy things in the past. And my biggest issue with that show and Ancient Aliens and various other things, or one of my bigger issues with that show, is just like their complete disregard for human ingenuity and intelligence. It's like, you know, I'm a naysayer and hate humanity as much as any of you guys, but like I genuinely believe that, you know, the Mayans were smart. You know, like ancient Rome had plumbing, right? It's not that we're a dumb species, and it's not that we need help from aliens to do anything. It's just we're really good at killing each other, killing the people that are smarter than us, and then forgetting everything. Or building a societal structure that collapses, and then we forget everything. And it's happened many times in our history, and it's not, like, ridiculous to look at that, right? Like, if Rome had never fallen, my God, we'd be further advanced right now. No, absolutely. I mean, there's many books on that subject as well, listless. I mean, the Fermi paradox is a very real thing, right? And it's very likely that we'll never see another intelligent species in space. But they're probably out there somewhere, just because we'll never see them. By the way, apparently a bunch of RimWorld modders are making another Colony Sim RimWorld clone. Cool. Although it looks kind of neat. It's kind of isometric looking. Got a neat look to it. Of course. So, interesting. If the library of Alexander hadn't burned down. Yeah, no, totally. Like, there's many points in our history where it's just like, you can just look at... It's going to have to be a smaller scale. I mean, nothing will compare to Dwarf Fort. This is kind of a fact. But I wish them all the luck. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just, like, of the opinion that, like, of course there's alien life out there somewhere. It's ridiculous to think otherwise. Of course there's. But... Ancient Aliens is not a good example of why people should think that. Ancient Aliens is hilarious. And that's about it. Is it Steam? Dwarf Fortress is going to be releasing on Steam December 6th, 2022 with a new UI and new graphics and new music. That's the release thing. Which is why I built a giant Steam logo up here. Did you only just find that out, someone? Because if so, then I can unironically state that someone just found out. Which is funny. But I have 3 monitors for a reason. I might as well just keep Windows up. I mean, I also have, like, Gremlin for Mayor right here. And, like, I'm, like, just a few clicks away from, like, the SteamDB page for it, so I can be like, ooh, look at this. Look at all these numbers. We're in the 16th most wishlisted game on Steam right now. Hey, So if you haven't wishlisted Dwarf Fortress yet, go wishlist it. Let's get up to the... Let's get higher than that. Probably makes me an alien because a human wouldn't be so quick-witted. But first you will fall asleep. Go to bed then. If you need sleep, go get sleep. Sleep is important. I think this might be the layer. Whoop. Another Cyclops. Sure hope it gets some early upvotes. Well, I mean, it would be a shame if nobody clicked on that link that Clino posted and then went over here and clicked the upvote button. It would be a real shame if nobody did that. Also, I need to find a Reddit plugin to make this happening now tab go away because, God, it's annoying. You really enjoy hanging out here? Yeah, my stream's an acquired taste, I like to think. Because, like, you know, as chat pointed out earlier, I can be pretty polarizing. You either love me or you hate me. And considering, like, the responses to the KitFox tweet of, like, me being on was, like, also super polarizing. It's like, one person's like, yeah, you love this guy, followed by hard pass. It's like, yeah, I can be polarizing, but if you like this channel, then this is a good spot for you to stick around. The Cyclops. This is a very elfy name. Niwen Nithono Nelar Nafi has come. A giant humanoid with a giant humanoid monster with a single eye set in its forehead. And I'm just gonna select both my squads and be like, murder boys! And tell it to go murder it. But before we murder it, let's take a look. It's naked. Its name translates to Sparkton the Silver of Taking. Sparkton the Silver of Taking. His incredibly straight, greasy hair is extraordinarily long. He has very high cheekbones and an angular chin and a high voice. His amber eye is protruding, and his somewhat broad ears are free-lobed. His nose is short, and his head is narrow, and his lips are thin. His hair is auburn, and his skin is copper. You know, appropriate name for no, not November. I already lost, so it's fine. I gotta say that if the eyes were like blue, this would be almost a description of me. That's kind of funny. Skin and eyes are wrong color though. For life on planets. But also, hello, Blue Raven. What's up? How's things? Cyclops be running. Oh God, it's chasing Pablo. Run, Pablo! Run quickly! Run away! What does Pablo have to say about this? In the midst of conflict, I am not scared. Bullshit, you're terrified. All right, well, the Cyclops seems to have paused, and another dwarf is running away. Oh God, who are you chasing now? Run away from curses! You're a skilled thresher, but very rusty. Chasing. Run away, dwarf! A human caravan has arrived. This is a really bad time, guys. We deal with this guy first. Hey, we get the high treasurer now because we got royalty in the fort. Cool. All right, so it's running away from my dwarfs. Or it's chasing my dwarf. Come on. Keep running, curses. Run away. Of course, I could have told the dwarves to go hide inside, but that would be no fun. So instead, I'm waiting for my military to show up and save this dwarf. Run away, curses! Dodge! You can do it! Attacks, but she jumps away, jumps away, jumps away, jumps away. That's what I like to see. Keep jumping away. Got punched once. Still do— oh no! Curses, no! Curses, why? Wait, actually, is there another dwarf in there? No, it's just curses. Wait, hold on a second. Did you knock it over? The herbalist punches the Cyclops in the lower. Okay, so the Cyclops basically picked him up and picked him up and threw him. And just keeps saying, "I've improved my fighting. This is satisfying." And then eventually got him onto the ground and is now just like beating him, basically, just punching the shit out of him. Where's my military, guys? Where are you? Although they're both like lying on the ground in exhaustion. Yeah, overexerted and exhausted. So we've got one dwarf who's exhausted on the ground, but not dead. Curse is exhausted, but not dead. And we've got this guy over here. How are you doing health-wise? You're bleeding, exhausted. You've lost your ability to stand. We do have my dwarves running in pretty quick, hopefully in time to save the day. They charge in and are now in combat with the Cyclops. The Cyclops screams, "Oh no, these injuries! Ah, no!" After like getting hacked a whole bunch by a Spearmaster, and they push him off. Our Curse's Dwarf is still alive. The Cyclops is now dead, and I'm hoping that we can save this dwarf. Basically, foot is mangled, neck is bruised, head is bruised, upper body is bruised. Guts are bruised, lower body's bruised, very bruised. Elbows mangled beyond recognition. Right ankle is mangled. Lower arm is bruised. Her hip is mangled beyond recognition. Okay, so in pretty bad pain, but could maybe survive. What are we counting, Truzoka? What's up? Oh, do you want me to bop that? Here, I don't know if that's important, but there you go. There was one time one of my mods was punching in like number codes for the store that they work at, and they punched a bunch into chat. That was your login code for Twitch? Anyway, at least it's used. Also, hi Trizoka. How are you? Is anybody coming to rescue? Who? There you go. Recover wounded. Rolf is the hero. Coming to recover wounded. Go get him, Rolf. Go get him. Get him up. I accidentally typed code and editor commands into chat before. I've actually accidentally typed the Dwarf Fortress commands a number of times in chat before. Are you coming to collect the Cyclops with the wheelbarrow? Oh my god, he actually did. Apparently, I've got wheelbarrows permitted on one of my, hold on, is that true? I have wheelbarrows permitted on one of my corpses piles? Yeah, literally no. They are carrying away There's something really funny about just like, what are you doing? Pushing like a gigantic Cyclops corpse away in a wheelbarrow. Man, I'm not gonna be playing premium and streaming it. I'm going to be sitting in a voice call with Alexandra, who will be playing, and I will simply be backseating. So I will be the backseat driver tomorrow. Yeah, it is an enormous tease, right? God, I wish that if they were going to give me access tomorrow would be a great day, because later in the day tomorrow, 2 hours after that stream, at 3 p.m. Pacific time, Tarn will be joining me and we will be talking about Dwarf Fort 2. So tomorrow's gonna be fun. Tomorrow's gonna be an exciting day because I get to be on the KitFox stream followed by another Tarn interview, and Tekid will be joining me in the evening as well. Maybe I can make Tekid turn his stream on right at the end and then I can raid him. That'd be cool, but we'll see. I'll say, Cams, what's up? Good to see you. And Darren as well. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. We've updated your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Well, excuse me. Jesus. Let's just request platinum. Rose gold. Is that on my stream? That will be on my stream, yes. So I will be turning my stream on at 1 p.m. Pacific time, approximately. And all that while you work. I'm so sorry. The next day, Rolf, earlier in the day, probably around the time I would normally turn my stream on, I will be putting up the VOD from the night before. Stupid brain is slow. It's fine. It's fine. And I know it's rough for people in Europe. It really sucks. I mean, with things like this, it's like you can't make things work for literally everybody. So I do my damnedest. I just love that Reddit has pretty strict no like asking for upvote rules, yet in this channel it's just like moderator of the subreddit comes into my chat. Man, it would be a shame if people were to upvote this or if nobody were to upvote this. How old is this fortress? This particular fortress? That's actually kind of a tricky question. I think about 20 years. this particular fort. This world, though, I started playing in this world in year 150 something, or maybe it was in the 140s. I've done many, many, many forts in this world. I mean, I've been playing this fort for maybe half a year, I'd say. Maybe a little. I actually don't know when I started playing it, but I built this fort, Umber Bulwark. I built this fort. This is in no particular order. Union Theater. I built this fort, which Theater Vaults, which died horribly. I built this one, which was Hotbeards. I built this one, which was Mothfall. I can't remember if this one was me. Was this one me? Angel Razor. Yes, that one was also me. Fuck yeah, Angel Razor. That was a good show. That was a good show. That was a good fort. I enjoyed Angel Razor. There was the probably behind my camera. Actually, hold up. There was this one. Murky Mirrors on the Stupid Lake, the very aptly named Stupid Lake. And then Threat Dweller, which fought with Hell and kind of won mostly. This community is pretty small. You think it will grow soon? This channel has, okay, to give you an idea, I can't show you these stats without breaking Twitch. Actually, maybe I can. Hold on. Let me look. Let me look if I can show you this stat. Let me show you my average views for this full year. I'll have to screenshot it to do it, but let me just show you my average views. So let's actually go all the way back to January 21. All right. There we go. January 21. Just to give you an idea on how much this community has grown in the past month. So this was us in January 21 with an average of about 70. And then this was an 82 average because I was on the front page of Twitch. This was a 52 average for viewer counts. Right now sitting at like 110. I realize that that's not the most accurate graph, like the easiest graph to follow, but to give you an idea, this was where they turned off auto hosts. So these months were better because I had auto hosts, and then it dropped down a whole bunch because Twitch killed auto hosts, and then it was pretty consistent, admittedly. But that's where we're at right now, and the game's not out yet. So already grown quite a bit. I could actually show this whole screen without getting in trouble, I think. But, you know, I don't really want to. Just in case, because Twitch is a little weird about that stuff. I didn't see so many, like, people watching this game, or what? Gotta go let off a little steam. Do what you gotta do. You have to say about Max for a second? What a freaking dick movie told. So I haven't seen the full race. I watched the, what's it called? The highlight reel? Or a highlight, the 7-minute highlight reel, because I was, what's the word? I mean, we're not a small Twitch channel. I'm in the top, like, 2%. That's like 0.5% or something of Twitch. And also, when all of our revenue was leaked, Sergio last year, I was like the 8,000 something highest earning stream on Twitch in the last 4 years. So it's like, yeah, no, I'm in a very small percent of Twitch. But like, keep in mind, like the difference between having 50 concurrent viewers and like 500 concurrent viewers can be the difference between not even making minimum wage and making 6 figures. So that's how quickly like these numbers scale. So, but yes, 112 people watching me play a game that is largely known for being impossible to understand is quite impressive, and I'm not knocking that. Anyway, diving back over. Fuck Max, he's an asshole. It's about it. It's literally that fucking simple. Fuck that stupid fucking twat. Like, I just fucking hate that dude. He's just an absolute doofus. But then again, when you're raised with that level of silver spoon and like you live and in a world where reality isn't like the same reality that other human beings live in, of course you're going to be a fucking asshole. Of course you're going to be a fucking asshole because you don't live in the same reality that humans live in. Not that Sergio doesn't. Like, Checo absolutely lives in a similar reality to Max, which is, like, completely understandable to a degree, but also it's like, fucking fuck that idiot. That's a stupid guy. Don't like him. I've never liked him. I don't mind Red Bull as a team. They're a fun team to watch, but fuck Max. Absolute asshole. Anyway, Formula One moment is now over. Also, god damn it, god damn it, Danny, why'd you have to smack my guy K-Mag? Come on, like, guy was having a good weekend. At least let him finish the fucking race, man. Anyway, looking forward to this weekend. Should be fun. There's karma whoring, but then there's hoping that a post gets seen. You really only do /r Fortress with ClinoDev account these days, so the karma, who cares? But it's a quick 5 upvotes means it'll get into people's feed. Yeah, absolutely. No, Max deserves a teammate that would crash into him once or twice a year. Intentionally. He deserves a Roman Grosjean. Max deserves somebody who'll just like slap him off the track once a year. Like, doesn't deserve a teammate as good as Sergio. But, you know, he's also probably one of the best drivers we'll ever see in Formula One, an exceptionally talented and like an absurdly good driver. Like, you can't take that away from him, but I can very much state that I think he's an asshole as a person. I missed the race because I was on a hike. That race weekend happened while I was in Las Vegas. Got to watch the sprint live, which was good fun. That was I'm glad I got to see the sprint. The sprint was good fun, but hike must have been nice. I mean, let me grab a photo. I showed a bunch of these yesterday, but let me grab you 2 photos. The moderator of this stream, Stoned Hobo, and his Weebmobile drove us out there, and we went on a big long hike. Let me just grab 1 or 2 more good photos from the hike. That's a good one. That's a good one. And there's like 1 or 2 pretty epic ones from the top. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. This is what I was doing instead of watching Formula One. It's hiking around here. It was kind of glorious. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. This would make such a rad mountain home, dude. I mean, look at this stuff. It was wonderful. And then we drove out there in the Weebmobile. That's what I was doing on race day. I said weeb, but we did have weed. There was a big sign that said what's it called? No drugs in the park. Who would do that? That sounds illegal. Anyway, we absolutely that was a lovely, like, I think the full loop was something like 8 kilometers or something we did, but it was a very easy meander through the desert and back around. It was lovely. Barely even felt it in the morning. But it was kind of hilarious because when we were driving back, we were on the highway, and there's this car that's going really fucking slowly right next to us. And, like, he's got auto driving on, and I'm like, why is this car just, like, tailing us? And we just, like, look over at him, and they've got an iPad up, and they're, like, taking photos of the side of the car. So, is it the Grand Canyon? It's called Valley of Fire. They have a website and stuff with more information. Valley of Fire, which oddly enough, my grandma told me to go to. I told my grandma that I was going to Las Vegas, and she's like, oh, you have to go see the Valley of Fire. It was my favorite part of Vegas when I went. I was like, okay, sure. Grandma insists we shall go. So I asked my mod who I was crashing with. I was like, yo, dude, you wanna like go on a hike? He goes, sure. So, you know, we had several days of like ridiculous amounts of drinking and Vegas style activities followed by a hike. Which, you know, maybe was like the worst hangover cure ever, but fortunately we weren't that hungover that morning. No, they were fucking rad-ass rocks. Yeah, we didn't actually go see Grand Canyon. Gotta leave something for a future trip. Gotta have a reason to go back, right? Can't do everything in 3 days, 4 days. All of that was underwater at some point? Oh yeah, no, totally. Like, there's definitely, like, some massive rocks there that look like, oh, that could have a whale in it. You're gonna head off? We'll see you when we see you, Pink. Glad to hear you're having a good day, and hopefully tomorrow's good too. Also, I don't know why. I think it's just my brain being broken, but whenever I see the word canyon, I read it as crayon, and there's something about the Grand Crayon that's just really funny to me. It's like, it's the Grand Crayon! It's like, the what now? But yeah, honestly, I think Fremont Street and Fire Valley were my highlights of Las Vegas. Like, the strip itself's kind of neat, but certainly not the highlight. All right. So, those humans gave us information about what they've been doing. So these humans are at war with these dwarves. I kind of don't like this. Granted, that fortress is called Twinkle Galleys, so maybe it's not to be trusted. Which is the Mirror of Roasting, a dwarven civ. So these dwarves are at war with these humans. They must really be a problematic group. I want to make a joke out of this. It's like our government. The problematic group. Of course they're human. Of course this group is a bunch of humans. I mean, come on. Why wouldn't they be? You'll catch me tomorrow? Alrighty. Hopefully I'm not falling, so you won't need to catch me. Instead, you can just tune in and watch. That seems much safer for my long-term health. But we'll see you when we see you. Cheers. Leave me alone. With clicks on the internet? Well, cheers. Here's hoping for all the clicks. I just realized I screwed this up on multiple spots. You get wood logs. You also get wood logs. Green glass. Sweet. But yeah, gotta say, trip around the desert in the Weeb Mobile was fun. It's also kind of funny because we also went to the pinball museum, which was also good fun. And when we were there, I took a photo of Hobo's car with like pinball museum in the background. And I think it was Aqua was like, who the heck would do something like that to their car? It's like, well, that's Hobo's car. It's like, that's literally the car that we drove there then. Drove there in. It's really quite funny seeing some people's responses to that car. Because like when we were out there in that park, in that parking lot, some random lady walked up to us and was just like, yo, can I take a photo of your car? My son will be really happy. It's like, this is why you wrap your car in something really silly, is because people just have really funny responses to it. So I know that, like, dwarves can't see through this stuff down here, but I've realized a problem with this setup. So if you'll look around, you might notice that there's some gear and stuff on the ground, right? There's some armor, some weapons, various other things on the ground in here. I think what happens is when they're flung out of the drawbridges and they smack the bottom of this, I think sometimes they lose hold of their armor. Or in this case, like a breastplate, a high boot, a pike, and I'm pretty sure it bounces through the floor. I'm pretty sure it skims through the floor. I'm like 90% certain that it's like no clipping through the floor, because nothing has been killed up here in a while, and this area was clean before the last siege, and now there's stuff up here, and none of them got up here during the last siege. So my theory is that they're actually like losing hold of their items and their stuff is bouncing through the floor. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat room. Like, sheesh. That's just plain funny. Also, are these going to get hauled out of here now? Yes, it looks like it. Sweet. This area up here can become clean again. Man, no king. That's weird. I don't even have like a king traveling notification. It's literally just like, no king. It's odd. You want figurines? Probably won't win this one. You never know. You really never know. It's just bullshit low % chances anyway, so. All right, let's just let the dwarves make some glass blocks. Oh, never mind. They made all of them. Block, glass, 1,000. The number of times I've told them to make 1,000 glass blocks is getting a little bit ridiculous. Let's also check in on our elephant friend. Let's turn those off. And also jump up here. Go over to you. And... I don't actually know what to sell them. I'll sell them all those anvils that I don't need. Sell them all the pikes. All the scourges. Basically just weapons I don't need. Oh, large clothing? There we go. But man, tomorrow's gonna be fun. Looking forward to it. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Oh, also worth noting. Hey, good win, Darren. Also worth noting, plan for tonight is, of course, you know, dwarfy things. We'll be playing a bit more of this. A good bit more of this. Probably an hour and a half. Maybe a bit more. And then after that, we're going to be playing some more Zero Sievert, because that game's cool. And I want to play more of it. Even if yesterday when we played was just me dying a bunch. Still would like to play more of it. This fort's getting all on the laggy side. It's time to slaughter some animals soon. So many clothing items are right there. It's ridiculous. Look at them all. Oh, I was like, why did the game suddenly stop moving? It's because Zuglar the farmer has been taken by a Feymut. And as always, of course, if anybody would like a dwarf in the chat, I do have many, many, many stoneworkers and various other jobs, so if you would like a dwarf, just let me know. I know you don't need to give me money to, you know, acquire a dwarf or anything silly. I won't say no, though. All right. You're going to claim a mason's workshop, farmer? We're going to get a legendary mason out of this, which is actually kind of fitting. They're doing this in the Mason's Guild as well. Making a masonry artifact in the Mason's Guild. Always a good place to start. And also, as always, if anybody has any questions about dwarfy-related things, do just give me a shout. Let's bring a trader over. We seem to seemingly still have some time. Actually, oh, that's good. Out of discs. Probably make more. They're really good for trading. And now we sit here and chill. While they bring stuff over. Until that artifact is ready to go. But yeah, no, it's certainly going to be exciting seeing a lot of people stumble into Dwarf Fort for the very first time. That's going to be something I'm really looking forward to. And I can't wait to just see people struggle, but also hopefully see people be pleasantly surprised that it's actually quite easy to get into. That's my big hope with Premium, is that we'll get to watch people struggle and learn how to play the game, but then on the flip side also go, actually, it's not that bad. What the fuck? That's what I'm really hoping for and what I'm looking forward to. That's the thing I'm the most excited about with Premium is just getting to see people stumble into this game and experience it for the first time and realize that it's not as insane and much more playable than I think they realize. As much as like obtuse and stupid as this UI is, with a more approachable UI and a more logical modern control scheme, I think it's going to go away. We'll be getting a lot of questions as well. Yes. I don't know if I'm looking forward to that part as much. I mean, I'm not looking forward to it. Like, I don't mind answering questions. I think when it comes to questions, the only part that I'm really worried about is, like, people asking about old memes, you know? Like, there was, I mentioned this the other day, but there was a thread on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit a couple days ago, which really, like, hit home for me, which was, to put it simply, what's one thing you hate about Dwarf Fortress was the thread. And I responded just bluntly with old memes confusing new players. That's the one thing I really hate about Dwarf Fortress is old memes that confuse old players. And to which point everybody in the responses were just complaining about cats and frame rate death and what's the other word I'm looking for here? Cats, frame rate death, and danger rooms, and what was the other one? I can't remember. Oh, carp. Yeah, duh. Carp. Most confusing meme? I've seen, like, people ask questions about... Oh, another one that's, like, no longer relevant that I see frequently is the most common new player advice is, oh, avoid aquifers. That's a really annoying one because aquifers are fine now. They're not an issue. You need to know, like, 2 steps about how to get through them, and they're not hard to get through. Like, avoid heavy aquifers, but regular aquifers, they're literally a non-issue. Like, they are a non-concern. So that one frustrates me. Is just people saying, "Oh, don't worry about don't settle anywhere with an aquifer. You'll never survive." It's like, well, no, that's completely incorrect, actually. So that one bothers me. What else bothers me? People saying that cats still die in taverns, which isn't true. People saying that people legitimately telling new players that they have to be careful about carp, which is also not a thing that you have to be careful about. Cats equal insta frame rate death, which is also not true. Yeah, I don't know. There's a few, and they all kind of bother me when I see them pop up, and I've just kind of given up correcting people at this point. Yeah, no, absolutely. Light aquifers are, like, not necessary for survival, but they actually make survival so much easier. You know, it's like having local well water, right? It's like being able to literally just, like, dig down and find a well. Like, that is a very useful thing. What about muscles and... What about them? I feel like you pressed enter too early. Accident. But yeah, what do you mean, what about muscles and blank? Their shills killing FPS? I mean, their shells don't kill FPS. Their shells kill FPS if you have 15,000 of them. Having too much of anything will kill your FPS. Having too much... like, too many seeds will hurt your FPS eventually. No, it's fine. Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. But people think that equals thermonuclear. I think thermonuclear cat explosion is one that genuinely bothers me. Because it's like, can cats damage frame rate? Yes, anything can. But it was, thermonuclear cat explosions were never a thing. It's like, there was a point where cats could breed faster than you could slaughter them. Yes. Yes. That was a point. There was a point where that happened. But was it ever really like a consistent issue? That got patched out pretty quick. Generally, game-breaking bugs like that get patched out really fast. It's just funny that Zach and Tarn miss it. We forgot about Dwarf and Atom Smashers and your game is bogged down. I'm not using Atom Smashers in this particular fort. What I am using is lava. I'll just drop it in the lava. It's quite effective, actually. So we're going to start melting down that stuff over there. So we're cannon glass. Best not embark with any? See, I don't think that's good advice either, CCJ. If you have a dwarf that adopts every single cat in your fort, and they do happen every now and again, geld all the cats. Problem solved. So no, I don't agree that it's an issue. You still get very far when you try... You never get very far when you try to play, but you just have fun regardless. You started when it was 2D and you pick it up every once in a while. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, that's... You're like a large portion of the player base. Like, I'm the minority. Like, oh, God. I did this poll a while ago, which is like, you know, just this dumb, like, YouTube channel thingy that I have, right? That has a small, humble audience of, like, 12,000, right? But if I scroll down... I did this poll a while ago. Where is it? This is actually kind of... Here. This is 7 months ago. How much Dwarf Fortress do you play? Maybe every few years, once a year or so, once a month, once every few days. I have 15 forts at all times and I might need help. So it's like, you're in like a third of the player base. Maybe even in the 40%, right? Like, more than 50%, like 60% of the player base basically plays once a year, if that. And that's a reasonable amount to play a video game. Also, once again, this gives me legitimacy. Where's the, you still fond of the terror of opening a cave underneath and watching your miners drown, recovering, and just barely getting a farm going before starving? I mean, I had a fort, actually, in this world, Umber Bulwark, where I was building on top of a wall, and I accidentally dropped a piece of wall up top through a 1 Z-level thick layer beneath my moat, which penetrated straight through 2 layers, which hit my my farming layer and my bedroom layer, and immediately flooded both of them. So, like, even I'm not immune to that shit. And I do that sometimes. Also looks like we are making Masterpiece Silk. We're making hats for everybody, too. Everybody's getting jute hats. Do you have a love-hate relationship with DF? You don't just, like, get amazed when you accidentally fuck your entire fortress up with, like, an oopsie? I mean, here's the thing, right? Turn on seasonal saving, and if something terrible like that happens, just, like, process crash the game. And then restart, and you can keep playing. Turn on seasonal saving, and then you can stop bad events like that from happening. You just have to be, like, ready to Alt F4 when things go bad. You do have to, like, manually end task, though. You laugh it off and say, oh, well. Then why would that be a love-hate relationship? I guess that's the part I don't get. So I don't see where the hate fits in. So I think because these humans... Ooh. The Tomb of Blockfeed. There's a tomb here that has kobolds in it. You know... I'm going to raid the kobolds. Now, before you go, don't kill the kobolds. Don't worry, I'm not. Okay? I demand one-time tribute. Not going to hurt them. I just want to see if I can get tribute from kobolds. I don't think I can. But I'm going to demand a one-time tribute from these kobolds. Let's just see what happens. Maybe they'll come steal my stuff afterwards. Nuts equaled. Chat, what did nuts equal? The Kobold Monastery of Release jump. The site government is... Hold on a second. How much have these kobolds taken over? They've got a tomb? And a monastery. Shoutouts to Priebus. Demand surrender and... You know what? Let's try that with the other one. So release jump is going to demand surrender and occupy. I realize I will lose my squad if that's successful. Worth it. Accident and all of them will vanish from the... I can request them back, I think. But potentially, some dwarves may disappear off into another part of the world. What? I wanna know. Please show me. I wanna know if I can have a kobold worker in my fort. I want to see if I can get tributes from kobolds. They're probably just going to say no. And then my dwarves will come back. Considering my dwarves can't even talk to them. So just to be clear, the dwarves that are leaving, that may or may not come back, are Jurhenning, Accident, Cole, Spice, Burr, Ayer, and Spice. Then the ones that are demanding tribute are Burr, Ayer, Limond, and Zuglar. And then Zephon, Unib, and Kogan could theoretically not return. Oh, hey, we've begun a mysterious construction. What is this mysterious construction? 2 pieces of diorite? Really? Hold the phone. Are you for real, Dwarf? You're making a masonry artifact? And it's literally like you grab 2 pieces of diorite. Wow. Potentially a one-way trip. We will see. Potentially a one-way trip. I think it's unlikely that it'll be a one-way trip, but potentially a one-way trip. Oh, we watch the dwarves working in the clothing industry. God, I hope this works. Leaving the map. I'm also starting to wonder if the king just hasn't showed up because we're at population cap. But who knows? That or we're enslaved by some critter somewhere, which is possible. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What are we doing on cloth? Tail cloth, jute cloth, ramie cloth, rope reed cloth. All right, we're getting there. Back to Steam talked about DF. You would like to see what others do with workshops and when it's allowed to mod it? I mean, who cares if someone makes a... Dude, if someone makes a convincing Dwarf Fortress RimWorld mod, I'd probably try it. I mean, I'd be curious to see how well that would translate. Like, if someone did, like, a convincing, good, total conversion, including graphics, I'd be fascinated to see that. I mean, it would still be Dwarf Fort, right? I'd actually be much more interested in seeing a Long Night total conversion mod with a graphics pack. I'd be much more interested in seeing that. Much, much more interested in seeing that. That would interest me a lot more. Like, there are some things I'm... Lord of the Rings mod? I mean, there's that Skyrim mod, there's that Witcher mod, there's that Monster Hunter mod, there's that Pokemon mod, there's the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod, there's the Star Wars overhaul mod, there's the weird Winter Nightmare mod. Like, I don't know. There's so many neat mods for Dwarf Fort. I hope some of them are success. Like, get full conversion ports with graphics and everything. Although the Witcher mod is mostly an adventure mode thing. There's also that adventure mode mod that lets you play as Goku, you know. So this is the attempt to seize. The Scorching Lobster defeated Priebus of an unknown civilization and took over Release Jump. The new government was called the Invisible Tome. I now have control of Release Jump. Yeah, My Little Pony mods. Does that mean I can request workers from Release Jump? Well, I'm also now at war with Labash Ladelis. Aw, man. So I can bring my dwarves back, which I'm gonna do. But there's no kobolds here. Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. Let's send out Animal as my messenger. So Animal can go and request that those dwarves return. That's a shame. Still have control over it, though. I just hope that I guess my biggest concern with Premium Dwarf Fortress is just the community trying to be unnecessarily edgy. But I think that's just up to us as, you know, people who've been in this community for a while to keep that from happening. You know? That is up to us. You know, games like this, they give you tool sets that allow you to be absolutely horrible people. And I think that games like this bring out the worst in certain types of people. And I really hope that the Dwarf Fortress community at large just kind of rejects that. And just, I hope that the Dwarf Fortress community maintains the same kind of feeling that it has right now. Even though it will grow a lot. And like, there are small fringes around the edge of the Dwarf Fortress community that are kind of just, like, the rest of the community just kind of sits there and goes, yeah, they don't exist. We ignore them. And I really hope that they don't, you know, grow. Okay, so there's a difference between mature and edgy, right? Mature is accepting that terrible things can happen, and when they happen, working with them. Edgy is intentionally making horrible things happen and reveling in it. As an example, in Dwarf Fortress, you can murder an entire faction. You can commit mass genocide. Edgy would be only committing mass genocide, torturing the prisoners, and going on about how it's funny, right? One is a thing that you can do in Dwarf Fortress, and the other thing is the way a RimWorld player would take it. And I really, really hope that the edginess doesn't get out of hand, because I do not like that. I do not like that sense of humor, and I do not think it's fun, and it ruins games for me. Zuglar the Farmer has created a diorite table made out of just diorite named Damuringul Istruthalom. A diorite table. It's worth almost nothing. Hunt Seasons, the Certain Monastery. This is a diorite table. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of diorite, and on the item is an image of Cleanse Whiskers, the adamantine mug and diorite. Well, I guess we'll just, like, put it here, because, like, I mean, what else would I do with it? So, no, edgy does not equal mature. I'm totally fine with the community being mature, which it already is. I just don't want it to be edgy. There's a difference. And this was our attempt to demand tribute from the kobolds. Apparently, they refused, so we attacked them. Hold on a second. What? Let's unpack this. The Dwarf Burr put forth a solid plan, but neither side had a positional advantage in block feed. Okay. Apparently there was a two-humped camel named Splattered Opens, and it confronted the dwarf Ayer. The camel, and their right eye was smashed out, and then Ayer was killed by the camel? We attacked a kobold stronghold, and I just lost a dwarf to a camel. We did kill the camel, fortunately. The two-humped camel was struck down by the dwarf Ashen Dust, who now has a title, the Infallible. That is... that is something. I mean, camels are big, right? Like, I feel like it would be pretty easy to just get mauled to death by a camel, but like... just fucking wow. That is all. Just fucking wow. Dwarf Fortress. Yeah. Cheers to that, I suppose. Imagine, like, charging into battle just to be killed by a camel. And that's all that was there, was a camel. Laughing so hard, it threw you into a coffee fit. You hate being sick? Oh no, get well soon. Worst spit take ever? What, getting, like, hit by a camel? Very confused by that. Oh man, a friend of mine seems to have moved over, or seems to have made a Mastodon account and just followed me. Except his Mastodon instance is running on a .ninja instance, and now I'm like, man, I want to be a .ninja. I think I want to say they do. I know that like llamas can just like spit, but I don't know about. I could just do camels spit. Do camels? Apparently that's the first thing. They also they do spit when threatened. Yeah, the camels spit when threatened. The reaction is learned from watching other animals, but it's more akin to throwing up. When camels spit, their cheeks bulge and they vomit up saliva and the contents of their stomach. It's meant to surprise and distract or bother the source of the camel's discomfort. Bad things show up and they puke on them. I mean, camels spit when threatened, according to National Geographic. And by spit, they mean puke on their enemies. So basically, camels are dwarves, essentially, is what Google is suggesting. So yeah, I guess a camel with deadly spit is actually like relatively accurate. Spit take on words on behavior. Yes, you are correct. Wow. No bins on that stockpile. That's going to cause some major issues. You fell asleep? I just had a dwarf die to a camel. A legendary warrior die to a camel. Which, actually very amused by. I'm looking for other dwarves I could use as military dwarves. Never becomes angry. But welcome back, Infinity. I hope you had a good nap, even if it was unintended. They weren't able to hoof it back? Oh no. I'm just so disappointed that I can't, like, you know, request workers from here. So disappointing. I do have a messenger. What? Oh, like you are on that mission? Okay. At least the camel died? No, we killed the camel. The camel killed one of my soldiers, and then I killed the camel. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress and the community growing radically quickly, my main hope is that my main hope is that the community feeling stays the same, or at the very least similar. Also, this is a funny question. Does this game have combat? If so, how is it? Chat, does this game have combat? Papa Lurk, what up? Hope I'm having a good week. I'm having a pretty good week. Tomorrow's going to be very exciting. I know that this is going to immediately sound like a sales pitch, but tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Pacific time, I will be on the Kit Fox Twitch channel backseating their community manager while she plays Premium Dwarf Fortress pre-release. And then in the afternoon at about 3 p.m. Pacific, which is 2 hours ago, Tarn Adams will be joining me on my stream, and we will be talking about even more dwarfy related things. So, yeah, I'm having a good week, and this is going to be an exciting rest of the week. Tomorrow is going to be exciting, rather. So yeah, I would say I'm having a pretty good week. I hope you're having a good week. I mean, considering I made it to Las Vegas and back without getting sick somehow is like kind of crazy. Knock on wood. To the point where like I thought I was sick for a bit because everybody fucking smokes indoors there. And it's like difficult to breathe by like the end of the second day. But I had fun. Had fun. Got to see some pretty rocks on a hike and wandered around a lot of sketchy casinos and did a lot of people watching. Got to watch some lady getting carried out of actually wait, yeah, I always like anyway, I saw some lady getting like dragged out of one of the casinos puking in a bag. That was pretty fun. Got to witness some really funny arguments in the casinos as well. So that was also entertaining. Saw a lot of concerts. Is the VOD gonna be saved? So the VOD for the Kit Fox stream last time, secret info, had some serious technical difficulties at the beginning. So it was deleted off of Twitch and uploaded to YouTube. So it is on YouTube right now. You can go watch the Kit Fox stream on the Kit Fox YouTube channel. I assume something similar will happen with this one, where it'll pop up on YouTube. I don't know if it'll be on Twitch. It'll probably be saved on Twitch if there isn't technical difficulties. But there was a lot of technical difficulties at the beginning, so they cut the beginning off and put the rest up on YouTube. So if you do want to watch it, it is on YouTube. But yeah, it's gonna be for those of you in like C and like those kind of time zones. It'll be on YouTube, and then same with my chat with Zach and Tarn. That'll go up the next day at 10 a.m. But you know, what time is it for you right now? Is it like morning? I'm trying to think. Like I don't actually. I'm bad at time zones. I don't know. I'm on Pacific time. I'm in Canada, so. But yeah, and then Tarn being on my channel at 3 p.m. Pacific will hopefully also work better for certain time zones, and then the next day the VOD will go up on YouTube as well. It's 10 a.m. Gotcha. Yeah, you'd have to wake up pretty early. You'd have to get up pretty freaking early to catch a like what 2 p.m. Pacific or no, sorry, 11 a.m. Pacific or 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, it's like the middle of the night for you. Time zones are hard. It's really difficult to like find a time of day that works for everybody, but you know. That means Dwarf Fortress will almost be a midnight launch for you, because Dwarf Fortress is going to be released at 7 a.m. according to Steam's API. 7 a.m. going to be the release time. Which is kind of exciting, if you ask me. All right. So how's them glass blocks doing? Well, we're down to 800. I'm just going to let them keep making glass blocks for a bit. We're also still working on those hats. Cool. Still working on those opals. Cool. Okay, actually, we can check down on our guest down here. Can pull this lever. Unlock both these doors. You spraying webs again. Yeah, no, I will just always be very amused by people who are like, does Dwarf Fortress have combat? It's like, does it have combat? Yes. Is it the kind of combat you're expecting? Probably not. Okay, is this area sealed currently? It is not, meaning this area is probably safe right now. So let's, not that button. That's not the button I thought I had selected. That's the button I wanted to have selected. Let's hit T. But yeah, no, it's certainly been cool seeing all these people be like, yo, I haven't played since, I don't know, version 30 something, and I can't wait to come back. So it's nice to see that. It's like everybody's coming home. Coming back to DF, baby. You never fully leave. You may take long breaks, but it's a good game to come back to. Knocking all that shit down. Considering, like, yesterday, Cringer rated us here, literally just to ask exactly what would be available in Premium because he wasn't sure. He literally just, like, tuned in yesterday. He's just, like, rated me. And then was just like, yo, I'm just here to ask, what exactly is going to be available and playable in the Premium release? He's like, because there's some confusion in my chat. It's like, oh, great. Which is just kind of funny to me. It's like, I kind of get it. It's not the easiest wording to understand if you don't play the game. Clearing out some stuff down here. No, I didn't. He just wanted clarification because he's like, I saw that Legends mode would be in it, but I don't know what that means. And I was like, okay, so it's like Fortress mode's gonna be in the game and Legends mode's gonna be in the game. Fortress mode is like the base building mode, and Legends mode lets you read the history of the world that you generated, and you can generate worlds. It's just the adventure mode, which is like basically Kenshi, that won't be available. And he goes, oh, okay. That was the end of the conversation. It was like a 3-sentence thing. Yeah, no, it's just the modes. It's literally, it's like, he was just like, what modes are going to be available because he wasn't sure. That shit's going to be exciting. You think that you're most excited the bedrooms will be designated areas? Well, I mean, they kind of are already. It's just the way that you designate them is in a different menu now. And it's a lot more fluid and intelligent instead of like the hit Q, select bed, make room. Hit Q, select bed, make room. Hit bed, hit Q, select bed. Like, it's largely the same system. It's just presented very differently. You always seem to miss one bed in the air. Oh, I did the exact same thing, yeah. Because it got delayed being built. Or like they canceled it because there was a boulder in the way that somebody else was hauling. Or somebody was just standing there. Shady, what up, dude? Missing minor details is part of the fun. I mean, I personally think that accidentally leaving a repeating bed job on so that, you know, 75 beds are made that you didn't intend to make and then you have no wood to make barrels is always a fun time. Human, but not dwarfy. Speaking of human, and something that I need to get Tarn to clarify tomorrow, is did you know that dwarves don't have thumbs? They have 5 fingers. 5 nondescript fingers. This creeps me the hell out. I don't like it. Dwarves don't have thumbs. They're all opposable. I know that's what we came to, and which is why their craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. But the concept of that is like, I'm just imagining hands, and I don't like it. It's the uncanny grip akin to those shown by AI art. Yeah, it's like their hands are all broken. You picked it up after like 8 months off, and you got your inequalities wrong in the management, and wound up with literally hundreds of mechanisms before you realize. Good for you. Hey, hundreds of mechanisms to sell later, okay? You didn't accidentally construct a ton of mechanisms. You just built an industry without realizing it. I'm very confused by that auto mod grab. Is that a bad word? I didn't. Okay. I mean, I recognize typo. Like you're good, but I've never I didn't know that I had automod even on in my chat. Huh. Wow. I mean, none of you guys see this but me, but Celestia here like had a typo, and I'm looking at it and trying to figure out what it means. But anyway, hello. Yeah, I'm also hyped and excited. I'm gonna post this in mod chat and ask if any of my mods know what that means. Well, actually, audio probably already. I didn't realize I had any mods here. What's up, audio? How are you? Might have to Google it later. You just got here? Hi. What's up, Easy Me? Or Enzyme? Enzyme, not Easy Me. Got inspired by my points about saying that peace with elves and now you want to trade with them. Trade them useless items that are offensive to be passive-aggressive. Got any ideas? Sell them crafts of dwarves stabbing elves. Or statues of dwarves stabbing elves made out of stone. There you go. Misspelled a word and apparently it's banned. I mean, I've never seen automod pop up in my chat before, which is why I'm shocked. I didn't even know it was turned on. And I don't know what that word means, so I'm not going to say it. I'm going to assume it's offensive if automod got it. Problem at work is finally fixed. Hey! That's good to hear. But yeah, sell the elves rock statues of dwarves stabbing elves to death. Maybe even like look up the leader of the faction by going to the map and then hit C a second time to get civilizations and select the elven faction. Find out who their leader is and like make like images of them like curled up on the like go into the statue designer and say like rock statue 1 and just be like specify image and then select a historical or rather specify a new image and then hit historical creature, type in the name of their leader and just be like, I don't know, the Urist, and then select some random person of their leader, and then just be like, is being flayed. Or like a tree. The tree is being flayed. A dwarf is wielding an axe. The dwarf is laughing. You could do stuff like that. The elf is screaming. There you go. And remove that. Coffins and blocks of ice. I've never actually sold that. Huh. The more you know. I just learned something. Apparently, apparently it is a slur, but it was very much just a typo. That's interesting to know. Maybe it's too close to a slang. Yeah, it seems to be. Princess Celeste. It's interesting. I mean, you learn something every day. And something else to look up for, you know? But, you know, no harm, no foul. It's definitely just a typo. Right! I keep seeing this dude freaking out. I have a Minotaur in a cage, and I keep forgetting I have him. Hold on. Let me just put him in my tavern. Something useful. I just keep forgetting he's there. I don't even know why he's there. I don't know how he got down there. Like, I genuinely have no idea why I have a Minotaur in a cage. But apparently I have a Minotaur in a cage? Is it forbidden? Hold up. What? Doesn't matter which hand? Do they specify left and right gauntlets? I don't think they do. I've done that in previous forts. Wait, is it constructed? It is constructed. What? So I'm gonna go back in the VODs and figure out how the fuck I managed to put that Minotaur there. Why is there someone who shelled 10k bits in here? Because Animal does that sometimes, and that was 4 hours ago. Sam, welcome back. Because Animal took number 1 with 201 bits, and then a little while later, a few people started like jumping around, like resubbed, and then Animal's just like, boom, here's the rest. It was a hype train like 4 hours ago. Ah, I get you. Well, I mean, you lurk, you miss the excitement. Animal does that sometimes. It's very kind of him. He helps keep this channel funded. But yeah. You didn't miss the one about the Bible game on Steam with the hentai tag? I mean, I feel like every Bible on Steam should have a hentai tag. For those of you who are wondering what I'm talking about, there's a game on Steam called The Bible, and yes, it's literally the Bible, but these tags are amazing. And the reviews are also kind of amazing. Considering this game was too easy, Bible 2 win. It also has achievements. Which, that's all I have to say. Do I get a free Steam code in the drawer of the nightstand of my hotel? Wait, what? Oh, took me a second to realize what you were referring to. God, I wish. Someone told you earlier that there was a Christian game for over $300 somewhere. Oh, probably. There's plenty of money laundering going on Steam. Is there any other revolutionary dwarf biology, or do we have to cope with the no thumbs thing? Dwarves mate by proximity? And don't actually require any physical contact to have kids? Wait, what? Unicorns have 2 brains? I beg your pardon? What? Do you get 2 brains when you butcher a unicorn? It's on the DF Wiki. Just because it's on the DF Wiki doesn't mean it's right. I've certainly seen things on the DF Wiki that I'm like, wait, hold on a second, that's not right. But I'd be inclined to believe it. Although, considering they're not real animals, like, there's only one way to find out. Stab a unicorn. Clearly. Like, the whole Batman page is a lot of question marks. But, you know. Anyway. A horn is its own brain. Is that why they're horny all the time? Wait a second. Apparently butchering a unicorn yields 2 brains. You know, I never thought about why there was so many unicorn brains in Long Death. I guess I will continue to not think about why there's so many brains in Long Death. Obviously, you know, when one gets stabbed to death, you need to have a backup, right? I mean, don't cows have like 3 stomachs? It's not that weird. There's certainly weirder things. Speaking of brains, have you guys ever seen a picture of a dolphin's brain versus a human's brain? Four stomachs, okay. I mean, you would know, right? Dolphin brain, human brain. First off, dolphin brain looked like butt. But also, dolphin brain is so big, dolphin can sleep with half of its brain while still swimming. And, like, breathing. Like, it's kind of nuts. Dolphin brains are bigger than human brains. That almost looks like 2 brains. So maybe they're, like, that kind of a thing. Would a unicorn necromancer require both brains? I mean, unicorns can't be necromancer. No, but they don't. Yeah, well, clearly. I'm. But now, wives of sailors on year-long cruises. Love finds a way. Oh yeah, absolutely. I really like dwarven like polygamy and open relationships. It's just very funny having like a dwarf with 12 wives. 48 cents curses. What's up, man? By the way, your dwarf almost got beaten to death by a cyclops. But thank you for the pennies. Appreciate you, man. But you didn't get beaten to death. Oh, it really does. Yes. Like the dwarf who's like the captain of the guard who's married to some random farmer and dating every single member of the military. Like things like that. Great. Fantastic. It's like lovers with like I love it when like I had a fort once where I realized that half of my fort, or maybe not half, but a large portion of my fort was lovers with the outpost liaison who would just show up once a year for 3 months and then leave. It's like half of my fort was just like in love with this outpost liaison. He would just show up and like they'd all just be swoon. It's like, great. Fantastic. Now most of you will never get married. Also, it like led to the possibility of that one like human necromancer lady queen who would just systematically get married like several times a year and then stab or have her husbands assassinated, and then she'd raise them from the dead as intelligent undead. And she would just do that multiple times per year. There's something about that that is endlessly funny. I mean, if dwarves can have grudges against countless people, why not marry countless people too? Damn right. Damn right. Why should love be restricted by human ideals of an outdated society? All right, let's drop in more of this glass. Everyone's really happy until someone dies? Yeah, but the difference between Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld is everyone's really happy until someone dies, except in RimWorld, they get over it after X amount of days. In Dwarf Fortress, it permanently goes into their memory bank, and they remember it forever, and it permanently changes their personality, potentially. So the ramifications of people dying horribly and then not being buried or not being properly tended to is significantly more drastic, and I think that that makes it much more exciting and interesting. Personally, anyway. Chat room, there's somebody who needs help about hauling stuff up 26 Z levels in the Dwarf Fort talk room on my Discord. I could just at them and be like, yo, pop into the chat and I'll help, but I don't know if I should do that. Basically, if anybody's up for helping somebody potentially with dwarfy things, maybe go do that. Speaking of dwarfy things, I'm looking for a specific screenshot on my Discord. Go. There it is. This is what I was... All right, so what? 6, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Let's see, do I have enough space up here? There's space. I kind of want to put it up above, so maybe we'll do that later. But yeah, generally when it comes to RimWorld mechanics, it's like RimWorld has a lot of similar things to Dwarf Fortress, minus the context, minus the actual issue if it happens, and minus the interesting storytelling mechanics around it that give it fun mechanics for the player to play with, which is always just kind of disappointing from the perspective of somebody who's played a lot of Dwarf Fortress, because it's like, I love this game, and I think that this game is phenomenal, but I don't like it when I end up playing games that are like, oh, this is like a half-baked version of a much more interesting mechanic. And that's how I often feel when I play RimWorld, is like, sure, RimWorld is cool and does some things really, really well, but when it tries to mimic Dwarf Fort, generally it just kind of falls flat, which is, you know, rather disappointing to me anyway. All right, let's just let them construct this stuff for a little bit. Also, chat, can I get a couple beers for Curses dropping 48 cents into my chat, please? Dwarf Fortress broke everything else besides Oni. Everything else on 1Z level for most other management games just feels too restrictive. Yeah, and then when games do have other Z levels, they're either too mechanically shallow to really be interesting, or alternatively, what's the word I'm looking for? Or alternatively, don't have the Z levels, and then it's just like that. Just kind of feels like a shallow husk of what it could be. Like. As a game dev, you can see why Tynan keeps a lot of the story gen stuff simple. These sorts of games are so hard to make. Sure, but he sold his game entirely off of the back of promising to make a game like Dwarf Fortress. Right? Like, you know, it's... Yes, but marketed his entire game on being sci-fi Dwarf Fort. So, sci-fi Dwarf Fort, but you refuse to add the mechanics that make Dwarf Fortress interesting in your game to make a more marketable game. Like, I understand why you do it. Makes your game less fun. while continuing to profit extraordinarily heavily off of the back of selling your game as a game like Dwarf Fortress. And many devs have done that, right? Like Space Haven is another example of a game that is nothing like Dwarf Fortress, that sells itself on being like Dwarf Fortress. And it's, on one hand, it's really cool and it's exciting and it's like, awesome, we get to see this genre grow. But on the other hand, it's like, I want to see Zach and Tarn profit more because I think they deserve it more. Space-based DF9 is just fucking sad. But also didn't profit, right? That game just like fell over and failed. So, like, I don't know if that's really an apt comparison necessarily. Because that game was like a disaster on every front. At least No Morio was trying to do something different to a degree. I mean, a game like Odd Realm is different enough that I think it stands on its own, but Odd Realm also doesn't try to sell itself as like directly being inspired by Dwarf Fortress. I mean, it wears its inspirations on its sleeve, but it does things differently enough that I think it stands on its own. I mean, same with RimWorld, right? RimWorld does do enough things differently that it stands on its own. But holy crap, did that dev ever self-promote a lot. Holy crap, does that game exist because of the Dwarf Fortress community. Soon enough, customers can judge for themselves. Yep. Except now we have multiple years of built-up expectations that that Dwarf Fortress is going to be like RimWorld. It's like the tables have flipped now. It's like RimWorld sold itself for being like Dwarf Fortress, and now Dwarf Fortress is going to automatically be back compared with a game that is inferior in a lot of ways, but more interesting in others, right? Like there are places where RimWorld is a better video game. Dwarf Fortress is more interesting, but like RimWorld's combat is much more engaging. Like there's a lot of elements of RimWorld that are a lot more hands-on by the player, like direct control and stuff that you just don't even have. Whatever happened to them? They ran out of money and gave up. Maverick? Literally, that's it. They ran out of money and gave up. There's an open source version that exists with the developer's blessing, but that's it. Kind of similar to Towns, where like the game just stopped selling and they just gave up. Basically. There's an open source version called Inomia, which is pretty cool. But, you know. Let's see. Let me get that done first. So this side's going to go all the way up to the top, and this is going to become a platform here. I'm going to put windows around the edge of it, and then I think I'll build a walkway from over here. Yeah, so from somewhere over here over to in here. And this will become something. I don't know what yet. But yeah, right now, for me, the only game that is like Dwarf Fortress that I genuinely think actually deserves that moniker is Odd Realm. RimWorld to a degree, but RimWorld just makes me upset for a lot of reasons. Whereas Odd Realm is a genuinely neat little take on like the dwarfy type of game. And the reason I think Odd Realm is neat is, and this is like my favorite comparison, and I spoke with the dev about this a couple times, and he agrees. It's if Dwarf Fortress is Minecraft, Odd Realm is Terraria. I don't like comparing Minecraft and Terraria because it makes no sense. But Terraria is a very, like, structured, boss-focused, progression-based take on that kind of open-world survival craft game with base building and kind of like a 2D equivalent of voxel building, whereas Odd Realm is a much simpler version of a Dwarf Fortress style of game with Z levels and everything, except it's a lot more focused on multiple races that play completely differently, and it's focused on gearing up, leveling up your civ, and finding written characters underground in a randomly generated world. And you will find written characters, and you can find tomes which can give you the locations to summon bosses, which can cause boss fights on the map and shit. Like, it's a neat thing, that little Odd Realm. It's a cool game, and it gets completely overlooked. Dev's a cool guy, too. Got some beers with him this past year. So I'm definitely biased. Don't trust anything I have to say. All right. But, you know, there's other games too. Like Timberborn is kind of neat, but as like just as a city builder with Z levels, but it runs into that game runs into problems really quickly with like the restrictive building. Like there's only so much you can do, and there isn't enough variety in the maps, and I find that very frustrating and kind of demoralizing. You know, stuff like that. Like there's very few games that are perfect. Have I tried Caves of Cud? I have like 200 hours, 250 hours in Caves. Actually, how many hours do I have in Caves of Cud? I don't want to just say the wrong number. Caves of Quad. I have 249 hours actually in Caves of Cud. What do you want to know? Kind of a No, Caves of Cud is not what I would call a watered-down story generator. Caves of Cud is a story generator that approaches story generation from a completely different angle to Dwarf Fortress. Like, if Dwarf Fortress is trying to give you a completely randomly generated world with proc gen events throughout it every single time, sure, that's the thing. Caves of Cud takes a written history, like a handwritten history, and scrambles it every time. So there's variations and echoes. It's not supposed to be a completely random world because it's not. It's a handwritten, handcrafted, but also procedurally generated RPG. Dwarf Fortress, there's nothing handwritten, right? So calling it a watered-down storyteller is silly because it does certain things better than Dwarf Fortress and everything else completely differently, and some things worse, right? So I don't even compare the two because they're not even in the same genre, really. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation, whereas Caves of Cud is a roguelike. I don't know. It's like saying that Truck Simulator has better vehicle driving than Just Cause. It's like, well, duh, they're a completely different game. Oh, man, Stonehearth just makes me sad. I never played that game, but, man, that game makes me sad. I'm just sad for people who played it more than anything. Just get rid of a bunch of blocks. Timber and Stone had nice screenshots. I never played it, though. Do I take notes? I don't take notes, so no. I will screenshot things sometimes if I want to remember them. I need to pee. I will be back in a moment. I'll put it this way, Infinity, they're excruciatingly well hidden, but they are in that game. They're extremely well hidden. Dang whippersnappers and their fresh young brains. Dude, I smoke enough weed, my brain don't work no properly, no mo. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not good at writing things down. I'm really bad at it. Like, I don't script any YouTube videos. I don't script anything. I don't write down anything. I just, I turn on and I go. And that's all I've ever been. How are you liking Odd Realm, though? What faction are you playing, Infinity? If I can ask, of course. You know, it's funny. Every now and again, I stalk around other streams, and there's a channel with like 200 viewers playing DF right now, and I was like, oh, I wonder how that channel's doing, and I opened it up, and I just look at the chat, and the game crashed. Sitting there like, oh my god, I wish people would just play vanilla, because the game looks so much better. Oh well. In and sucking the life force out of poor captive animals. Well, how does that make you feel? I mean, you know, they gotta eat somehow, right? Ardian gotta eat. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wagons. That's a lot of wagons. Shit. Okay. I guess that's what we get for being the mountain home, hey? I'm selling them bricks so that they too can make great fortresses and I can clean out my item supply a little bit. Let's jump down to you. Do wild animals steal from caravans or just your stuff? Depends on the animal. Monkeys will do that. I've had, well, actually, yeah, it depends on the animal. Certain animals are more aggressive than others, and I've had animals like just outright attack things out of nowhere. Like as an example, I had a bunch of wild boars topple a wagon once. I've had gray langurs cancel trading because they stole stuff. In Long Death specifically, I have. There are several different animal types that spawn on that map. Wild boars and wolverines and ravens and kias that the traders will shoot down because they will try and attack the caravans, which is why they shoot them down and kill them, is because they're attacking the caravans. But like the caravans bring soldiers generally, so usually if a wild animal tries to attack a caravan, the soldiers will just kill it before it gets to them. But sometimes they'll get through and they'll topple them and they'll get out and all that jazz. But unless you're in like an untamed wilds biome, it's unlikely that you'll have something that'll be enough of a threat that it'll get through. It's quite unlikely that it'll be enough of a threat that they'll get through. I thought I requested Trader Depot. Come on. Yes. So if the traders leave and they've lost stuff on your map, they will get pissed at you. But like if they lose a wagon, that's not enough to start a war. If they lose a wagon and a couple dudes, it's still not enough to start a war. If they lose an entire wagon, like if an entire caravan doesn't come back, all soldiers as well, that'll probably start a war. Basically, the next time they show up to trade with you after a couple of years, because they'll probably not trade with you for a bit, just give them a bunch of gifts, and that'll usually make them happy with you again. There is like hidden faction alignment and stuff like that. So if you steal all the stuff from somebody enough, eventually they will just like not come back with your stuff. And that's just kind of how the game works to a degree. As I click my glasses once again. So you're saying that you can't set up your trade depot in a giant Kia aviary? I mean, you can. If they're tame, then you can. That wording makes it sound like they're tame. If they're not tame, then you might have problems, I would say. Just a slight estimation that you might run into problems in that case. But, I mean, you can set up your trade depot literally wherever your little heart wants to put it. And if that happens to be somewhere that will kill all the traders, I mean, go nuts. I mean, I did a fort once where the whole gimmick and shtick of it was that we were criminals, right? And I reclaimed an old fort at the far, far end of the world, very far away from my home faction, got the first 2 migrant waves that I got, and then obviously no more because they couldn't reach me because I was on an island in the middle of goddamn nowhere. And then the whole shtick of the entire thing was attack every caravan that showed up. And we were within range of like 4 different factions, and they all were like, oh, hey, look, there are people there. And we just murdered everything that we could, and I was not really allowed to build defenses, and it had to just be like triage and fighting off sieges as they came in. We were able to take out 4 caravans and all of their stuff, and then I expelled all of my dwarves, and then the fort ended. And then we read about them in Legends later, and some of them showed up in other forts, which was kind of cool. That was a fun fort. Stuff like that, you know? You can do all kinds of interesting one-offs that don't necessarily need to comply with the way most people play the game and have a lot of fun. You know, I mean, if you want to make an entire fortress that's designed entirely around, drowning traders in water or setting wagons on fire. I mean, go nuts, have fun. Like truly, like you will have a great time. And I like it pretty much, but you tend to play all races identically. That's a you thing, though. It's the most content you can get out of it, ATM. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Odd Realm is a pretty freaking chill game. It's Infinity. You just don't want to be nasty, just really annoying. I mean, like I said, just give them... Just trade them items with images of elves screaming as trees get chopped down. It's just your artistic integrity. Your entire fortress's culture is based around the fear of elves chopping it down. And the dwarves just think it's the funniest thing ever. You know, like it's like, you know, handing a Canadian a picture of a beaver dam that's been washed out and is flooding their house. You know, like it's very funny for anybody who doesn't live anywhere near beaver dams. But, you know, the concept of a deep beaver dam being built and it flooding your house is like hilarious to somebody who doesn't live there, right? So here's a postcard with your house getting flooded by a beaver dam. Just have to be super posy about it. And then it's not weird. You just want to buy the elephants from them, but you also want to give them crafts with things that they don't like on it. You know, like you can't give them stuff made out of wood, so just give them stuff made out of stone that looks like wood. Give them brown stone items. Only give them stone items that are made out of mudstone that has images of dwarves chopping down trees on it. I mean, everybody likes Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude! Who don't like some Schadenfreude? Shit's good. It's so good we had to steal it from the German language. Well, I mean, green glass isn't made from charcoal. It's made with charcoal. But yeah, no, you can trade them glass. I trade them glass pots all the time. Because, like, the charcoal is used to fire the glass, right? So, like, the charcoal isn't actually in the glass. The charcoal is the fuel source used to heat the furnace for the glass, right? The thing is, like, you're allowed to chop down like 120 trees a year or something, which apparently is going to change in premium. I think that number is going to change. But you can chop down a good number of trees in the current game. Everything I say right now is subject to change in 2 weeks. So in the current game, you can absolutely just, you know, chop down 200 or 100 trees a year and be totally fine, which is a lot of trees. Doesn't Germany have like multiple words like that where it's like, here's an oddly specific word? I know there's some like that in French too. Like, I think every language just has some words like that are just kind of unique to that language. Like in Finland, which I can't pronounce it, I also couldn't spell it. There is a word that specifically is a word for being so drunk, like literally directly translates to pants drunk. And pants drunk means lying on the floor in your underwear, piss drunk. So like so drunk that you can't get off the floor specifically in your underwear is what the term pants drunk is. And there's a Finnish word for it that is a unique word for specifically that. And there is a like guy in the Nurgle army in Warhammer 3 named that, which is how I learned this. Because I was watching Bellinar and I tuned in and he was crying laughing. I haven't made Elvis Ella angry chopping trees for so long, you honestly might think it had been removed. No, you can still do it. You just have to literally clear cut the map a couple times a year. Like, and you have to go out of your way to make it happen. To give you an idea, so the reason it's 120-ish trees is because when that number was put into the game, that was when you got 1 log per tree, right? So when trees used to just be a single trunk that went all the way up and they didn't have branches, you would only get 1 log per tree, right? Now you get multiple. So that number was balanced around that and never got changed. So back in the day, you'd need to chop down a lot more wood to get a reasonable amount of wood you need to chop down a lot more trees to get a reasonable amount of wood so that you could do stuff in Dwarf War, right? Whereas that is no longer the case. You only need to chop down like maybe a dozen or so a year, if that. Like, even if you have a fully fledged like metalworks industry up and running, you don't need to chop down that many trees. Yes, absolutely. Kleno, absolutely. So it's like, yeah, I think that there's a lot of old limitations in this game because of old design decisions that don't make much sense these days in Dwarf Fortress, which is a bit of a shame. Could not listen to the explanation. Could you give me an idea of what that was about? Oh, we were talking about how apparently unicorns in Dwarf Fortress have 2 brains. I didn't know that. And I was just saying, and maybe it's kind of like dolphin brains, where it's like one half of the brain is so that they can, like, with dolphin brains are so large that they can sleep while swimming and breathing and also eating. So dolphins can fall asleep and continue being aware of their surroundings and swimming. And then the other half of their brain sleeps after the first half is done sleeping. So they sleep twice, basically. Is what I was talking. We were talking about unicorn brains. that I know that you never would have put 2 and 2 together, and it just sounds insane when I say it out loud like that. But yes, we were talking about unicorn brains. Also, I think my game crashed. Yes, it did. That's awkward. I was like, I thought it just tabbed itself out, but no, it crashed. How much did we lose? I think just the trading. It's true. 9, they should. Oh, like literally nothing. Okay, that's fine. Curse UDF hack. This is like my 6th crash this year. So, nobody's perfect. Stream ending? Nope. Game crash. Stream is far from ending, dude. We've only been streaming for 9 hours. Also, where did you come from? I don't recall this dude showing up. Weird. Yeah, I literally lost nothing. Just a little bit of, I was just, I don't know. Ironically, I think that happened during a save. You want to download the game off the site, but the download button isn't doing anything. What? Hold up. Irving. What version are you trying to download? Are you trying to get the Windows, Linux, or Mac version? Literally, you go to the website, you click this button, and then you click save. Works just fine. Hi, dumb. I'm blind. You're forgiven. I don't know what the crime was in the first place. It's fine. You're all Gucci. It is a very badly designed site. I mean, for a moment there, I was just worried that Dwarf Fortress was down because, admittedly, what's the word? Because, admittedly, actually, hold on a second. Doors. Door 3. Yeah. Anyway. Yes. No, I mean, it is a very poorly designed site. It's not your fault. You know how we were earlier talking about how people forget to put things into bedrooms? Super duper forgot to put stuff into this corner bedroom right here. Even though I have a bunch of stuff to put here. I'm good at video games. Oopsies. We'll put a bag in there. It's been a heck of a week. No kidding, Jerhanning. Speaking of, Jerhanning, you valiantly took over a kobold monastery alongside of some other dwarves. And then eventually you came back. And so you're back now. But you were one of the dwarves that was sent off to go capture that, which you did a very good job of. And by the way, I need to put you back in the military. Malachite Kel, thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. Hello and welcome. What's up? How's things? Accident, you too. Oh, you're already back in the military. Where was the one that I was looking for? Not you. Where the heck did your hitting go? Seeing your name just reminded me to do that. Yeah, weird. All right. Well, I mean, you're keeping my stream funded. That's a very, very kind service, Cal. You're going to go to bed tonight early? Well, you have a good night. Tomorrow's going to be an exciting day. So best get to sleep. At least it's going to be an exciting day for me, which means thus I automatically assume it's going to be an exciting day for everybody. Really curious about what made it crash. Maybe it was like the constant tabbing while it was saving. Weird. Now you have Odd Realm to play also? Oh yeah, no, something to do while you're waiting for Dwarf Fortress. Maybe I should go like tweeting about that game again, because I find when I tweet about it a bunch, it sells copies. Good stream today? No complaints? Yourself? If anything, I would say today's been all right. From all right to pretty good, somewhere in the middle. If not great. Tomorrow's going to be exciting. The official announcement is out now. I'm going to be on Kit Fox's stream tomorrow. Bought Rod Realm ages ago and hardly touched it. Well, I mean, it scratches the DF itch in a really good way. I need to play it more, but I'm busy with this. More of this type of game, the merrier. Room for them all. Yeah, no, I agree. I completely agree. Room for them all, especially if they do things that are different and interesting. Sad it got abandoned. Play in Nomia. Which, I don't know how quickly that thing's getting developed, if at all. But there is in Nomia. You will be in a vault tomorrow? Do you mean that literally? Just imagining you robbing a bank. That should be plenty. Oh, that sucks. I think it would be frowned upon for you watching Twitch. I mean, come on, you're not you're not. I mean, yeah. So I did a couple of shifts at one previous job I had in a clean room, which was essentially just, congratulations, you get to walk into this room for medical stuff, and yeah, while you're in here, you can't have phones because we can't have you taking pictures of anything, and it's kind of the worst. Watching from a cell phone in Vault 76, pretty much. Does anybody else now just associate the number 76 with half-finished bad video games, or is that just me? Also, I talked about this a bit earlier, but I just think it's really interesting, so I'm going to mention it again. Dwarf Fortress has moved up a spot on the wish lists. It's sitting at the 16th most wishlisted game on Steam, after passing Company of Heroes 3 again, ever so slightly, because Company of Heroes 3 was ahead of it for a bit, but Dwarf Fortress has since released. I got an email from a PR company representing this game, right, which is the 16th, 17th, 18th most wishlisted game on Steam. I received an email from them stating that their game has well over 1 million wish lists. Was the wording they used. Which means Dwarf Fortress has more than 1 million wish lists, which is kind of nuts. A little game that could. You really loved Fallout 76? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I like bad games. It's like, that's acceptable. You hope those numbers are true? I mean, I'm sure they're true. The interesting thing, though, is Steam apparently has roughly a 10 to 20% day one adoption rate for people who wishlist a game. Around that average. I think it's time for us to beat the average. Considering it's like, they need to sell what? It's like 100,000 copies for Zach and Tarn to both get $1 million for Christmas. Speaking of people who deserve more copies. That's something that's well deserved. I think we're gonna put some more doors in this because I don't like watching them walk all the way around this. Now, since we did have a crash, I'm gonna do a hard save. Should take a mo. Saving machines. I like how they save and archive crimes. There's literally a saving crimes thing. This loading screen. Saving events. Saving incidents. Army controllers. For our toady overlords, yes. Although the closest I've come to punching my screen so far when watching a new person play was watching Giant Waffle play a little bit of Dwarf. And whenever this screen would pop up, he'd just Alt F4'd and then would wonder why his game didn't reload. It's like, geez, gosh, I wonder why. He's like, I hit save. It's like, no, you didn't let it finish saving though. This entire chat was like, what are you doing? You crazy son of... There we go. Yeah, exactly. It's why? Why? Stop it. Stop it. You madman. This isn't modern video game that load quick. This is Dwarf. You gotta give it time, and sometimes it needs a minute. And if you don't give it that minute, it'll just break. Don't come crying to a parent when game break. There we go. Dwarves are here to trade. It's an awkward route for them to take. It's bumpy. Oh, the training spear. Oh, the raw green glass. Sell a bunch of blocks. Also, chat room investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. And thank you, everybody, for hanging around this evening. I mean, you know, we have been live for over 9 hours now, so it's been a bit of a stream. Has, in fact, been a bit of a stream. Do you think dwarves will ever invent underwear? According to, not the most recent Beethoven blog, where was it? Where was the thing? Where is this at? It's a tutorial. Ah, dwarven underwear versus sieges and goblin thongrod has stabilized. So, no longer a problem in next version? Underpants is more of a gnome thing. I'm pretty sure gnomes in Dwarf Fortress show up naked, so I'm not sure how accurate that is, but I'll let you have that. Would dwarves need underwear if they mate by spore? Well, dwarves can be gelded. Male dwarves can be gelded. So yes and no. I don't know how to follow up to that one, I'll be honest. Maybe that's a question for Toady. I try to just not ask questions like that because it's like they just kind of. At the end of the day, Dwarf Fortress doesn't simulate intercourse, and I'm pretty sure the reason it doesn't is because Zach and Tarn just don't want to add that to the game. And so I just wouldn't bother him with it if I were you. Actually going to restrict some traffic here. Kind of just don't want them walking in this pattern right there. Prefer they over to the left a little bit. There we go. That's a lot better. They will do their best to not take that corner route. I also don't generally make restricted zones, but when I see dwarves pathing in really awkward spots like this, it's like, okay, yeah, let's clean this up a little bit. There we go. That way they're not jumping over every single one of those gravestones on the way down every time, and they can just kind of go around. It seems much better. Sometimes they need a little encouragement. Yeah, I've also, like, not done a great job in the pathing on this fort. They're still unloading? Really? Oh, yeah, okay. There's still multiple people that haven't shown up yet. Look at that. It's annoying when I run out of blocks. You know, I don't think about it and don't want to think about it to the extent that you've written it down, to the point where I'm just going to not even comment on that conversation again. I think what a dwarf does in their bedroom is none of my business. You have a good night, Accident. We'll see you when we see you. It's literally as simple as this, Hex. If dwarf has spouse, if they are within general proximity of spouse, they can have baby. That's it. It's that simple. That's all that the game processes. And so when people just start babbling at me about that stuff, I just kind of go like, just don't think about it harder than you need to. Personally, I prefer that system much more than the Sims system of let's just make it family friendly, which is just weird. Not a fan of that. No, not really, because dwarves aren't warmongers, and dwarves are quite intelligent, whereas orcs are, like, idiots. And orcs have magic powers, and dwarves don't. Dwarves don't have psychic powers. So if dwarves had psychic powers, then maybe I'd be like, yeah, sure, kinda. I also don't believe that painting things red makes it go faster. Considering they can't like honestly, if dwarves were orcs from 40k, they would have much more than machines. That too. As much as I enjoy 40k orcs from a safe distance, I'm pretty sure they're quite a bit different. Is disappeared by God. I mean, that's not hard. It's quite easy to get sued by Games Workshop, turns out. There's many memes that are out of date. Doesn't stop people ever. Also, can I just say, so I use Brave, right, as a web browser. And some people really hate Brave as a web browser because it's like, it's the cryptocurrency web browser, right? Which means you get ads in the Brave web browser quite frequently for NFTs, right? Like, because that's a lot of their marketplace, right? And they pay you in Brave rewards in basic attention token for seeing those ads, right? And then they ad block the rest of the ads, right? So they're actually their ad blocker is really good. And I use it and I look at, and I see the ads because I'm kind of like, well, you know, I donate a bunch of it back to Brave because I think Brave is a neat company and I want to see them survive. But also, you know, it's kind of annoying seeing some of the ads, right? Especially if they're just like shitty looking pay to earn games. I'm getting an ad for chess.com. Huh. Neat. That's kind of neat. Which now immediately makes me suspect of chess.com going like, did they add any cheese or something? That is obviously pay to win. What, chess? I mean, isn't chess to a degree kind of like a wealthy person's game? Like you kind of need like a legit chess coach to get good at chess to a degree. It's like golf. Or maybe they've just like paid so that it's all queens, right? Or like motor racing to a degree. All right, let's buy a bunch of picks from them because that's what we really need is picks. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of extrapolating. You think you peeved off the elves by trying to sell them stuff made from wood? Yep, that'll do it. Fun fact, wooden items, if you have a decent trader, will show up a different color. So you immediately can tell just by looking. You can be like, oh man, I wonder if they'll be okay with trading this. It's like, I can go through this, and it's the white stuff is stuff I didn't make, if I understand this correctly, and the brown stuff is stuff I made. And then if they show up as red, it means that they're not allowed to be traded, I think. I think it's red. And then because, like, somebody, like, some royal in your fort is like, oi, don't sell that item, or I will put you in prison. So if they show up a different color, it means, like, it'll upset your royals or your nobles. And then there's another color, I think it's purple, where they... Or maybe I'm swapping those two. I might be swapping these two. But anyway, and then there's a different color where if it shows up that color, it means that it's made of wood. That is completely untrue. Death. It's okay that you have wrong opinions, though. Plenty of people have wrong opinions. Considering I buy giant elephants from them on a pretty regular basis, I completely disagree. They're boring as shit to fight, and they give you all kinds of rad items. You're clearly confusing elves with goblins. There we go. Sold them an artifact they don't want. Perfect. And what's audiophile means? It means I really like high quality audio. An audiophile is like, you know those stereotypes of the guys that have like the super nice record players and the $10,000 speakers and the $50,000 amplifier, and they sit there talking about how certain decimals and cables make their audio sound better? That's what I do in my spare time. I like high quality audio. I've got very fancy headphones with a separate DAC plugged into my amplifier. So, you know, yes, I like high quality audio. Big fan of high quality audio. That was weird. Game hitched for a second. No, it's not a DF hack thing. No, I fucking hate ASMR, actually. ASMR, so I don't like ASMR because ASMR turns me the fuck on way too fast, and it's very much just a sex thing for me, and whenever I go into like a Twitch stream or a YouTube video and it's like, no, fuck off, what? Get out of here, go away. Hate it. Drives me nuts. Of how to make a guild hall? Like, the wiki says it should cost 2K, but you don't know what to put in there besides a table and a chair. And I literally, whatever your heart desires. Statues, like windows, engrave the walls, pedestals with artifacts on them, workshops, thrones, armor stands. I mean, like, here, let's find some guild halls. They're literally just like this is a guild hall, right? This is the construct of towns. It's my glassworkers guild. I've got a bunch of windows here which add value, and then a bunch of glass tables that add value, and it's more than enough value. If you hit L and go to the locations screen, it'll show you what room's value is. That's the number in the middle. So like as an example, the construct of towns is my glassmakers guild hall. It's worth 7,350. But yeah, smooth the floors, engrave the floors, add doors, put a pedestal in the middle of the room and put a bunch of gems on it, put statues in there, you know, put cages with cool critters in there. Really, like, it doesn't matter. You can put anything in there. You can put nothing in there and just engrave all the walls and floors. It's probably the easiest way. Or just throw a bunch of statues in there. Yeah, put an elephant in there until it dies, then have an elephant corpse in there. I mean, it has value. Not a lot, but then it'll stink for a bit. You like to make statues and let the dwarves decide what to make. The Farmers Guild had a statue of a goblin kicking a cat. Oh, poor cat. Hope the goblin got bit at the very least. Like one of my guild halls in Long Death has an image of a horse falling off the wall and going splat. The horse is screaming. The horse is colliding with an obstacle. It is terrifying. I mean, there's that like one famous story that Toady quoted in an interview once, where it was like, it was this tale of how they dug too deep and the fortress was being overrun by evil horrors, and there was like this bridge that went from the area where they dug down to the evil horrors, and they were all running across, and one of the warriors got knocked off the bridge and fell and broke both of its legs, and while the entire fortress was being overrun, the player selected that dwarf and turned them into an engraver and told them to engrave the floor tile underneath them. And they engraved an image of this epic battle and this dwarf defending himself against these demons before eventually bleeding out. And the kind of cool thing is that, like, you know, and I think Tarn's quote was he could have just, like, drawn a picture of cheese that he liked or something. But instead decided to draw an image of the epic battle that was happening, which is kind of rad. If that's anti-cat or anti-goblin or pro-cat and anti-goblin. I think that's a anti-goblin message. Like, stop cats, stop goblins from kicking our cats, stab a goblin today. Brought to you by the Ministry of Cat Safety and Goblin Destruction. Brought to you by Jurist Society. Everybody loves a good Jurist Society. You can guarantee the goblin is super dead. Good. Dare it kick a cat. Kitty did nothing wrong. You like to check out statues, etc., because they often are about events that you missed while you were looking at something else. Yeah, no, totally. That's usually what statues end up covering. Is stuff that you just purely weren't paying attention to. Oh yeah, that's always fun. Yeah. I love catching Titanic battles in the basement. One of my favorite cavern layers that I ever broke into actually was a second cavern layer. And I guess a forgotten beast got down there or something. Because I broke in. I was like, you've discovered this layer. I was like, oh, cool, a cavern layer. And there was bodies everywhere. The entire layer was covered in bodies. Multiple forgotten beasts. Dozens of, like, crundles and things. Just everywhere. I was like, what the fuck happened here? It was one of the coolest moments I've ever had in Dwarf Fort. Was just, like, breaking into this cavern layer and just bodies everywhere. The neatest part about that area, though, was not only was there bodies everywhere, but there was also an underground highway, because sometimes dwarves will build underground highways from major fortress to major fortress underground. And it was just really cool to break into this area, there be bodies everywhere, and also a highway. It was like some sort of mass highway murder happened down there. It was pretty rad. Imagine being the dwarves finding that mess. Well, that was also at a point where, like, stress was really bad. It didn't, I'm not going to say it ended my fort, but it certainly made the next few years difficult. Because so many of my dwarves just developed spontaneous PTSD by just looking down there. You'd nope out real quick? Yeah. I wouldn't blame you. I probably would too. It's like when I was hiking once ages ago and I came around a corner and we saw a dead deer and we're like, and we just left. We were just like, nope, fuck this hike, going home. Dead deer on the side of the path. Didn't look like it got killed by a human. Definitely looked like it got killed by a mountain lion. It's like, where the fuck's the mountain lion? Didn't actually see the mountain lion, but my god, we fucked off real quick while shouting. You've never had a world with an underground highway? That seems real cool, though. What I would do if you want to find an underground highway, find an area like this, where there's just like a huge cluster of dwarven mountain homes, or not mountain homes, but dwarven fortresses, and settle like right on the edge of a mountain right next to one. Like a big cluster of them, and then dig straight down. You'll probably find one. They're pretty hard to miss once you find them in the caverns. Although one of the cool, like, coolest pre-generated things I've ever seen in Dwarf Fort was I reclaimed a fortress once. So reclaimed a fortress that I knew had dug too deeply previously. Because it was in Legends. So found a fortress that had dug too deep and reclaimed it. Because I was like, man, I wonder if there's demons everywhere, because this fortress was destroyed by demons. Went all the way to the bottom, right away, just to like find where the, spoilers, adamantine spire was. And I began chipping away at it, you know? And like looking around and going, okay, where'd they dig too deep? And eventually I found it. And there was a bunch of constructed floor tiles on top of a hole into hell, right? And around it was engravings of the battle. So if you reclaim a fortress that previously dug too deep in Legends, you might find images of the battle around the entrance. They sealed it off at some point and engraved images of the fight. Which is rad. Fucking awesome. Like, I've found statues with images in destroyed forts before, with, like, images of the fights that happened in adventure mode and such. Will dwarfs pass through it? No, but I did have a caravan show up on one once. Or rather, leave on them before. Not show up on them. They're basically just like an abandoned highway. They're mostly useful in adventure mode from getting from one fortress to another underground. But outside of that, they're very much just kind of like background simulation things. Reclaim forts. Like, they're boring as hell initially, but you can find some really cool shit in reclaimed forts. Or go visit destroyed forts in adventure mode. One of the two. Both can be super cool. So I'm going to drop another hard save here, because this is still the same season that we had a crash in. So why do I have 170 games that need to update on Steam? Why do I have 170 games installed? I really should uninstall some of these. The fuck? What the hell's going on today? Jeez. I really do have 170 games that need to update. My God. Most of these are like under a megabyte. Or like a couple of megabytes. Really glad I've got fast internet. No, don't do that. Shit. I clicked the wrong button and accidentally launched a game in the background. It's okay. It's gone now. You've really struggled to get into adventure mode. It gives you too many options and no direction. Wait until it's changed. is my advice. Adventure mode is finicky and clunky and a weird beast. And if you're not if you're not the kind of person that like jumps into adventure mode and immediately like goes, okay, this is what I can do. What I would recommend is make a completely useless character with a bunch of points in poetry, and read on the wiki about how to spew poetry out in a tavern. Find a tavern in like a dwarven hillocks or a human town with not a lot of people in it, and just start talking to people and telling jokes and being a poet. Don't worry about combat. Don't worry about survival. Figure out how to drink water out of barrel or drink alcohol out of barrels. Figure out how to eat food from around the place. Yell at people. Fall asleep in places. Get beaten up. Start a bar fight and die. Try it again. And just do it again. Just do it again. It's just like Fortress mode where you learn by doing. The guide on the wiki is pretty good though. It's just like anything else. I mean, like the quick start guide for Fortress mode is pretty good on the wiki. The quick start guide for adventure mode is also pretty good on the wiki. But hopefully, like, premium will just make that stuff a lot easier, you know? But yeah, genuinely, that is my response. Is just, you know, just start playing. Just go tell some jokes and insult some people. Accuse somebody of being a were creature, you know? Brag about your violent deeds even though you haven't done any, you know? Like, just go be a weird, like, character in a bar. And you can have a bit of fun. Or another pro tip is play as an elf. And start with a big animal. Such as, like, I don't know, a giant elephant. Or a jaguar. Or a giant jaguar. Something that you can ride that's large. It's preferably a giant variety. And then just go wander from town to town. Because when random passerbys who want to murder you show up, your animal will just, like, roadkill them. So that won't be an issue. You'll just be trucking along down a highway, and your elephant will just be like, boop, and cut somebody in half, and you'll be like, all right, body's fallen, but I'm still walking. And so you kind of don't need to worry as much about combat because you have a giant tank that you're sitting on. And just try and travel from town to town. Or try and travel from one of your fortresses to another fortress, or a local town to your fortress. And just kind of, like, come to grips with the movement and the direction and the, like, traversal of the world. And once you've gotten that part down, learning the bits around the edges gets a little easier. But the main reason I would say just wait is because there's a lot of stuff in adventure mode that is literally actually completely, totally, and utterly broken right now. There's some stuff like quests that just straight up don't work. You can't turn it, like, you can go get quests and go out and complete all the tasks in a quest, but you have no way of turning it in. You also have no way of finding the person who gave you the quest again, which means unless you wrote their name down, good fucking luck. So it's one of those, you can absolutely have a lot of fun in adventure mode, but it kind of requires some work on the player's part. And if you wait until premium is out, as far as I know, Tarn's going to try and, you know, have Villains Part 2 done when the premium version releases, which means quests will be doable. It means you'll actually be able to be an evil villain and have, like, send people out to steal artifacts for you and stuff. Just the options and playability of it hopefully will be a lot better. Right now it's like this weird buggy concept of a game that sort of works most of the time. Now it's just but hopefully in the future it'll be a really cool game instead of just a kind of neat one. If that makes any sense. You're making a stockpile for seeds. Do I also have to explicitly or allow you don't have to explicitly allow bags, but you do have to remove barrels. So if you remove barrels, they will use bags if they're available, but they have to be available. A dog is fighting with a hungry head. That seems bad. Go doggy. Who's winning? Dog scratches a hungry head. Why is there... Why is there a hungry head in my library? I mean, hungry head, for those of you who are unaware, it's a fearsome, long-toothed mouth the size of a man's head. Flying on bat wings. Lives in the deep caverns. This one is 3Z levels above ground level. In my library. Why are you not feeding it? It's hungry? Because it's trying to eat my dog. Anyway, I'm going to go stab it to death. Be more hospitable. This one wasn't invited. Get him, dwarfs. There you go. The Axe Lord struck the hungry head and killed it. Didn't even have anything to say. Kodek, how do you feel about this? I always do things the most efficient way. Damn right. Damn right. I think this dwarf's actually teched. Squish. Splat. Yeah, pretty much. You love the stories that you find in Fortress mode, and you've found so many amazing stories from other people. I'll say this. If you want to get into adventure mode, use adventure mode as like a companion piece to Fortress mode. You know? Say you made an artifact that you really like in an old fortress. Make an adventurer, go to that old fortress, grab the artifact, and put it in the new fortress. You know? Say you made a fortress that you really liked, and it had a bunch of dwarves in it. And you've started a new fortress. Found that new fortress, build the initial tiny little bit. Before you get any migrants, retire the fortress. Make an adventurer in the new fortress, or in the old fortress. Give them a bunch of combat stats and a bunch of cool stuff. Go find that dwarf in the old fortress that you want to come to the new fortress. Speak with them, convince them to join you, and then walk with them to the new fortress. And retire the adventurer, and then reclaim the new fortress, and then have both dwarves. The super OP adventurer that you generated, as well as a dwarf. Like, use it as like a companion piece alongside of fortress mode, and I think you might really enjoy it. Because that's kind of how it works best right now. If you just sit down and say, I'm gonna play adventure mode today, you're gonna run out of things. You're gonna have no idea what to do. So kind of come up with a goal of what you want to achieve with that adventure before you start. Tomorrow is going to be a very fortress-filled day. It really is. It really, really is. And I'm excited to be a part of it, to be honest. I still think it's hilarious that the announcement tweet from Kit Fox was followed up by, yay, blind, that dude's awesome, followed by another person's like, nah, hard pass, see you next Thursday. It's like, one person hates me, other one, yay. Like, yay, the internet. Perfect representation. So, I don't know how helpful that advice actually will be, but to quote Tarn, adventure mode is a strange creature. You're busy until close to midnight tomorrow? I'm sorry. So many games updating. What the fuck? I know the Twitch VOD will be moved over to YouTube. I don't know if it'll be available on Twitch, but it'll be available on YouTube probably within 24 hours, I would guess. And then my Tarn Talk will obviously be available on YouTube as well. I'll post links when they arrive, when I have them. You'll just have it in the background when you're at work and school. Yep. That's one way to do it. When was it again? 3 p.m. Pacific. It's currently 6:47 Pacific, so 3 hours and 40 minutes ago. 3 hours and 47 minutes ago. It's 3 p.m. There will be pings on Discord. I can say that. Ugh. And posts on Reddit and all that jazz. I was about to just like exclaim, oh God, someone's screaming. And then I realized, oh, it's just a baby crying. 6 p.m. Eastern? That sounds right. Yep. Actually, isn't Eastern 4 hours? Wouldn't that be 3 p.m. Pacific? That doesn't sound right, but you're probably right. Actually, hold on. Let me just Google it. I always forget when Eastern time is. Yeah, no, you're right. That is 6 p.m. It is, in fact, 3 hours. For some reason, I thought it was 4. Weird. Perfect. Slowly crushing these. And then this is just going to go all the way up to the wall there. And then this is going to just become some sort of platform room thing. I like the way this fort's looking. It's a cool-ass fort. The thing is, how am I going to... Where does that go? It goes up to there? I guess I could do like a... It's such a long walk. So far out of the way is the problem. Don't know what to do with this room yet. If anybody has any ideas what to do with this room platform thingy here, I'm open to suggestions. No migrants? Oh no. Statue garden? Seems a little boring, doesn't it? Could make it a temple. I mean, that was the original plan, but it's just, it's literally like a day's walk for a dwarf away from the rest of the fort. That's the problem I'm running into with it, is it's like, it's a day's walk. I mean, actually, I guess we could make the entrance like down here. They walk up this or something. I could do something with this. Anyway, the dwarves are leaving now. Bye, dwarves. Good to have you. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll thunk on it. It doesn't necessarily need to be anything. Steam is still updating games. It almost makes me wonder if it's like one of those weird bugs where Steam just like reforces the most recent update again. The Steam had like that one bug once where it's just like every single person in the world's game updated at the same time and Steam just went offline. That sounds fantastic. You'd hate to be the engineer who caused that bug. It was a while ago. But yeah, I just remember the, like, all of Steam just like having a like collective conniption fit because, you know, every single game on Steam updated and it was like, let's make 100 green glass windows. All right, more dwarves doing the thing, putting stuff away. I'm sorry, what? This does not seem like the most optimal way out of the fort, guys. I refuse to believe that up and over the pyramid... Maybe they're just sightseeing. Maybe they're sightseeing. Perhaps that's what it is. This does not seem like the most optimal way to get out of this pyramid. Ooh. Know what I can do. Oh, I know what I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I have a lot of pineapple opals, which are white. What if I make the Kit Fox logo out of pineapple gems? And then surround it with other types of glass. Could do that. That's what I could do with it. And then just make it into like a temple or something. And forget about it. I could totally do that. And it wouldn't even be that difficult. Like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think, tiles across. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's a little tight, but might be able to make it fit. Hammer Dwarf is fighting with a king snake. Well, look at that. So, like, this is the Kit Fox logo. Yeah, I think we can make that fit. Let's do the head first. Do the tail. I think we can do that. That, or I could just, like, build it out here. And just, like, put something on top of it so that it's sealed. That might actually be better. Or do it, like, underground or something. I mean... Oh, no, I'm, like, torn. Don't really have enough space to put it up here. I don't know. I don't think it'll look that good on a platform. I think I need to make that into, like, a something else. But I do kind of like the idea of making the Kit Fox logo down here. So let's do that. Let's just start working on that. And just grab this and move it over here where I can see it. Think. All right, so... Jam window. Two. 3. 4. We're gonna get sieged and they're gonna destroy this. 5. 6. Then 1. 2. 3. 4. And 1, 2, 3. RSG, what up? It's good to see you. How's things? Turns out I can just kind of bang a lot of this out pretty quickly. I need an orange material. Can't think of any off the top of my head. cold, but not bad? As in, like, shiver, shiver cold? Put on a jacket. Put on a sweater. It's that time of year. All right, let's just let them work on that. That's going to take a moment. He says that and then immediately goes back to designating more. It'd also be smart to make this so I can tweet at KitFox and be like, I get to be on the KitFox stream tomorrow. I'm smart. You keep your room at 70, but your kitchen you keep at 55. I don't know what those numbers mean, really. So I'll be completely honest. Like, I don't. I know what 70 means approximately, but 55, I don't really have a automatic comparison. But how's your day been, RSG? Aside from cold. Over here, we just have very exciting day tomorrow. Tomorrow we get to stream Dwarf Fortress with Tarn for a little bit in the afternoon. But before that, I get to be on the KitFox stream, so it's gonna be an exciting day. About 13. Yeah, it's pretty chilly. It's pretty chilly. I concur with the feeling of that being kind of cold. I don't really have any orange material. It's like there's bloodthorn, but that's more red. I guess I could just surround it with bloodthorn. I'm thinking we do like a KitFox logo up here and then a Urist down here and then surround them both and put like circles around them and then build a roof on them. I mean, I don't turn my heat on. Like, at all. It's probably about 15 degrees Celsius in here, if I had to guess. I'll turn my heat on if I can see my breath indoors. Which is about when my plants start to die. And that's why I turn the heat on, is because my houseplants start to die. I have priorities. My houseplants are very important to me. I mean, if it gets too chilly, I just put on socks. Fine. But, you know, we all have different temperatures we can tolerate. Oh yeah, true. That is absolutely true. But I like it. I like it this temperature for a multitude of reasons, but also there is the fact that like I have a 3070 right now just blasting heat at my foot. So, you know, I am actively just like getting heated up by the world around me right now. Soul Shiner has been taken by a Fey mood. Sealing the windows was an amazing difference. What, for temperatures? Like, cost of temperatures, I'm assuming? I don't expect them to ever become sentient, but I definitely do a much better job keeping them alive than most, you know, people out there. I can't. RSG, I don't own my unit. And I'm not allowed to do upgrades to it. And also, why would I put money into a place that I don't own? It's literally plastic planter's tape. Allow me to state this a second time. I don't own my unit, and I'm not allowed to make changes or modifications to it. So, no. Respectfully, no. Elk birds are fighting with hungry heads? Why is all of a sudden there a bunch of random ass hungry heads and shit spawning in the basement? Where do all these fuckers come from? But, you know, investments are open, chat room, if you want to invest your tickets. There's also the part where my unit literally has a sliding glass door and one window, and that one window is usually open. So it would also be completely redundant. It's open right now, and it's like -4 outside. So, you know, I like cold weather. Chilly? Yep. I'm a chill individual. It's funny because like when my ex lived here, this place was kept really warm all the time because that's the temperature she wanted it at. I like being chilly. Quite a lot. I'm just a wild man? I don't know if I'd say that. I drink my coffee black and I don't like hot temperatures. How many up does this go? 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. If I run out of pineapple opals, I'm gonna be sad. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So then it goes up there. Two, 3, I think. Up, I think. It goes 4 up. I'm gonna run out of pineapple opals. Are we still cutting more? Yep, we are still cutting pineapple opals. Let's put 2 more jeweler shops right there. Because they take 3 per, so like these are pretty expensive tiles. No, because there was no, like, heat in Vegas. Vegas, like, the hottest day was 15 degrees Celsius, which is, like, mid-50s, I think? High 50s, low 60s? In Fahrenheit speak? So. You won the win war. Congrats. Congrats, Deep. Congrats, White Dog. I thought it would be hotter too, but it's like well, not middle of winter, but it's cold season in Vegas right now. Oh, also, RSG, since you're a fan of Vegas and moving there at some point, apparently, I don't like the Strip very much. Everything's too far apart. Fremont's pretty rad though. That's my take on Vegas. But the most fun I had on that trip was going on a hike. Gotta say. I don't think I could ever live there though. That city would drive me insane. Just everything about it would make me go nuts. You live on top of a mountain in Virginia? Oh, gotcha. I used to live on a really big hill when I was growing up. Las Vegas Strip. Does that make more sense now in context? I mean, I walked through every single one of those casinos along the strip, and they just kind of stink. They're way too big. Everything's kind of dated feeling. Whereas in Fremont, everything's close together. Much prefer Fremont. The strip, nah. No. No thanks. You love the ability to go to Cali in 4 hours? I don't like Cali. So like, kind of not at all. My airport's 40 minutes away if public transit's running at full capacity, which it isn't at 3 o'clock in the morning. Went from Florida humidity and heat to lovely 3,000 feet on top of a wooden cold with land. Hell yeah. The way to do it. I wish. It's like the one thing that I really hate about myself. It's funny. It's like people they act all sorry and sad about my eyes, and it's like the only thing that I actually am bothered by is the fact that I can never like live in the middle of nowhere with land, is because like I need access to public transit, or I need to have someone who can drive me places, because if I lived in the middle of nowhere, like where I grew up, I would just be basically screwed due to just straight up not being able to get anywhere. So don't fly. Like, you know, it's funny. Like, I'm a bloody hypocrite sitting here saying like don't fly, but yeah, just don't fly. Airports are a thing of the past that are going to become less and less relevant. There's a reason flying is becoming more and more frustrating. And as much fun as I had in Vegas, there's a lot of things about Las Vegas to me that are dated and old-fashioned and kind of dumb. Although I feel this way about a lot of the US. Dependency on credit cards is one. Everything having to require a signature from a credit card is the most ludicrously old-fashioned and ass-backwards thing on earth, and I hate it. It's like, learn to accept debit like a modern country, you weirdos. Then everybody's like, but it's not safe. It's like, fuck you, it's safe. Oh, trust me, every single one of my health things limits where I can live. What do I think is going to replace flying? Not flying. Have you seen fuel costs recently? People just need to learn that traveling is not the be-all, end-all, and most important thing in life. You hate running checks where you work? Ugh, everything about that is... The way money works in that city is ridiculous. Try speaking with Americans about that, white dog. They go nuts. Start freaking out about debit cards. They're like, that's how you get your money stolen. I'm sorry, what now? Credit is how you get your credit stolen, which is more important. Money's insurable. Credit isn't. So put that billions of dollars into mass transit. Like a modern country. But, you know. Everybody's just like, how do I travel places? Our mass transit's dated. Well, fix your fucking mass transit. Vote for the people that give you mass transit. That's why you live on top of a mountain and don't talk to Americans. Touche. So leave the country, RSG. Go elsewhere. And don't live somewhere where you're entirely car dependent, like where you're moving to. But I digress. Theoretically, sure. But the fact that it's something that we depend on in society, Blobhaj, is weird to me. Yep, you have a strange mood happening. And to build an artifact. Artifacts are cool. That's what withdrawing from society means, is you're getting an artifact. I want to say clear garnets are also white. Yes, I had a lot of fun in Vegas, but America confuses the shit out of me. Everybody complains about things, but you guys refuse to fix it. So fix it. Ball's in your court. Of course, lobbyists aren't going to help you. So fix it. Making a fox? I'm making a Kit Fox. I'm going to be on the Kit Fox stream tomorrow. So might as well build their logo out of dwarfy things and then at them with it and be like, look what I did! What I'm doing. I'm literally staring at like a pixel art diagram mesh of the Kit Fox logo. Complaining is easy, solutions are hard. Totally. Complain louder. And in ways that will actually cause solutions to happen, right? Although, admittedly, America is a broken country that is designed to make actually finding solutions for humans very difficult. It's a country designed to screw over its population, unfortunately. Because it's a country built by people that don't like people, which sucks. And I kind of feel bad for people that are stuck there, for many reasons. But, no, what can I really do? You know, we're supposed to not be like Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs is supposed to be a not nice person. We're supposed to not like Mr. Krabs. It's like the whole point. I want to say clear garnets are the right color. And pineapple opals, obviously. Need a few other people doing jewelry stuff. Unfortunately, yeah. Really lax weed laws. Nice thing about Canada is weed's just legal. There's no like medical or non-medical difference. It's literally just, you could get prescribed weed, but it's literally just go to a dispensary and buy weed. I mean, that's not legal here. I think legally you can have up to 5 ounces. Although that's me doing quick maths from grams to ounces. Because it's 28 grams to an ounce, I think. Hold on. 6 ounces. I think. Anyway. But you don't need multiple pounds of weed in your house. Even if you're growing. That's just overkill. 28 grams is 1 ounce. You track food. Gotcha. Makes sense. I don't do anything in ounces ever. So when people make me think about ounces, my brain just like has a short circuit. It's the same like when people ask me to like do things in pounds. It's like, I know my weight. Well, that's just because it's on the side of the dial. But outside of that, it's like, So here, 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's a free tile right there. So that's supposed to be 1 tile further up for the head. 2, 3. Yes, okay, so the ear goes 1 tile further up. Which I can do right now. And you go up to there. And you go up to there. That's the other ear. Everything must have a comparison to football fields. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I don't know what a yard is. I could not tell you what a yard is. I could tell you what a foot is. Couldn't tell you what a yard is. No idea. Also, I have no idea how far a mile is. And when people, like, are just like, oh, what speed are we going? Oh, we're going 40. It's like, no, we're not. What do you want? It's like miles, yards, and all that shit confuse the shit out of me. And, like, none of that stuff makes sense. A yard is a smidge less than a meter. So be a smart person and use a meter. Jesus. I don't know. Yards perplex me. That whole system perplexes me, to be honest, but yards especially. But I don't know. I'm also not a good person to talk about money with because, like, if I wanted to make all of the money, I wouldn't be streaming on Twitch full time. If I wanted to be rich, I wouldn't be streaming on Twitch full time. If I cared a ton about my personal finances, I wouldn't be streaming on Twitch full time. I'm the kind of person who's just like, my goal in life is to feel retired. And you know what? I feel retired. It's pretty great. Except for when depression tells me it's not, but you know, generally it's pretty great. You still have to use rods and chains for measurements? I'm sorry, what? Why? Why do you have to use rods and chains? Do chains and whips excite you or something? Something, come on. You know, this actually is kind of looking all right so far. The problem that I'm hitting right now is I don't have anything that's orange. Like, I got yellow. Ooh, actually, hold up. Goblin caps are orange. Ooh. Isn't there a Forgotten Beast in that lower level, though? I think there is. I think there's a Forgotten Beast on this layer. They're a little bit too light, though. And I don't know if it's a, well, one, I don't know if it's still alive, but two, I can't remember what its abilities were. It'd be something scary. I think I'll just go with gold and we'll just make it yellow. It's close enough. Because, like, it's the wrong orange, for one thing. Yellow's much closer. Like, this is the logo, right? So that is the orange of Goblin Cap, and that is the yellow. I think the yellow's closer than the orange, so I think we'll just go with the gold. Sticks and stones may measure my bones, but rods and chains excite me. Sure, yes, that. Fence is measured in rod reels? Average required I beg your pardon? I've never heard of any of this. This is all brand new to me. What the hell? I'm assuming this is something to do with your day job, right? Literally never heard of any of this before. This is entirely brand new information for me. This is a shame. We're running out of pineapple opals. All right, well, let's cut out those pineapple opals right there. Let's cut out those. Cut out those. Let's cut out those. I know there's quite a few around, but turns out there's not enough. Let's also remove these. Get those extras. I mean, there's some right there. I don't even know. I think they can get to those. Okay, who the actual hell turned on fucking Automod in my chat? What the hell? Suddenly, out of nowhere, Automod is on today. This is my first time in my life actually seeing Automod in my chat. It's annoying as hell. The fuck? I guess I get to fiddle with my settings afterwards and figure out why the heck Automod is on. Did Twitch, like, default Automod to on for everybody or something? Weird. Automod, well, as an example, it just removed the word Gaylord, which is a legitimate term being used in this instance. But, like, essentially, it's just some basic moderation for Twitch that happens automatically if you want it on, and it looks for keywords and just mutes them and is like, hey, do you want to let this through? It's like, yeah, of course I want to let it through, because, like, we're having a conversation. If they say something I deem to be inappropriate, I will remove it. I'm an adult, Twitch. I don't need you to babysit me. Jesus fucking Christ. I use worse language than my chat most of the time. You goddamn stupid piece of software. Shit. Hate it. So dumb. Anyway. Annoyed streamer is no longer. Let's just keep digging. I am a goddamn adult. I'm 28 years old. I can do whatever the fuck I want and say bad words like penis and butt. Blah. I realize a lot of people on Twitch use Automod and love it. And I realize I'm in the minority. I don't like it. Drives me nuts. I'm a big boy now. You can't tell me what to do. Oh, I was like, why is game moving so slowly? It's because it's paused. I am making a Kit Fox because this is the Kit Fox Games logo. So it's going to be that surrounded with probably gold bars and walls, and then I'll put something on top of it so that none of these windows get moved. Although I'm realizing right now that I need to fix that eye. I need to fix the eye before I continue, because otherwise it's going to run into problems. So we're going to have to deconstruct that one. I am making a Kit Fox. Have people mods? I barely even have people mods. I think audio's here right now. Clino's AFK, but I mean, like, how often do you actually see me ban somebody? That's fine. Feel free to keep lurking. Thanks for lurking, audio. But like, how often do you see me like actually need moderation in my chat? It's very rare. Like, it may be on the off chance when premium releases I might need it. But even then, like, I have a pretty thick skin. You don't think that you need mods until you have like 500 viewers? It depends on how busy your chat is. It depends on how busy your chat is and who's posting what. Yeah. Yeah, but, you know, hopefully we'll have Clino around and we'll have other people around, and, you know, worst case scenario, I can recruit a few hands. You know, like, my whole team all have their own mods, and I can recruit probably. This is true. Yes, right aside. Kiri needs a lot more mods than I do. Jess needs a lot more mods than I do. They need significantly more active mods. Fortunately, I don't have to deal with sexism as frequently. What, from my chat, Christoph? Oh, okay. No, I know what you mean now. I misunderstood the context of that statement initially. I was very perplexed. I was like, why would women ban themselves from my chat? And then anyway. Yeah, I fortunately am a straight white male, so I generally don't have to deal with sexism. It's a lot of rose gold. Oh, I have a shit ton of rose gold, dude. I always just import it every single time I get traders. So I buy all of it. So if I want to make something that's pink, I can, because nah. God, if we get sieged, they're just gonna topple this whole thing. I'm gonna be really sad. It's your favorite material in DF? I mean, make everything pink. I think I like black bronze more. It's more of a purple. It's a really nice color. Funnily enough, I've never actually made any of those material or made any of those materials on my own. I've only ever imported them. It's one of the reasons you've stuck around, what, me calling out people on their, like, silliness? I mean, it's what makes me divisive, right? Actually, I was watching this. I saw this clip get posted on Twitter, and it wasn't of a streamer that I know, so I won't say who it was, because I don't know them. Basically, she was just like talking, doing like a normal stream, and this person tunes in and just says, "Would you just stop talking? Like, could you do us all a favor and stop talking?" Was what this random person said. Okay, so clear garnets are the wrong color. And just said, would you do us all a favor and stop talking? And she's just like, oh, well, obviously, you know, like, it's my channel. So, of course, you know, if you take the time to come in my channel, tell me to stop talking, I'll stop talking. So she's just quiet. Sits there quietly for a few seconds and then proceeds to start rapping a diss track about how this person needs to just, like, fall off a bridge, basically. It's very funny. Very amusing watch. I like watching people get torn a new one for being rude. It's very entertaining. Where did my gold go? There it is. Gold is also the most common material I have in this fort, so I've got tons of gold. Hey, Atomic. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Tomorrow's going to be exciting because I get to be on a stream backseating Alexandra while she plays, who's the Kit Fox community manager. So tomorrow will be fun for that reason. And then in the afternoon, I get to have Tarn Adams on and we get to talk about dwarfy things, which will also be fun. Looking forward to that as well. But welcome to the channel. Hello. All right, we're just waiting for more of these gems to come over. Without some sort of cataclysm? You're not running the AI stream, are you? Or are you doing that by yourself? Because I know there's somebody running a DFAI stream currently. Someone's probably coming to get that gem right now. But hell yeah, get it going. Do the thing. Where did the stuff like this is going to be so much faster in premium, my god. With the new building UI. Oh well, kind of got a bit ahead of that one. Let's see if they'll still construct it. Alright, let's go up here. Cornelian, Lapis Lazuli. There they are, pineapple. I'm like, where did my pineapple opals go? I lost them for a minute. Yeah, same. I think pretty much everyone is. I love how they're just like, oh no, I can't path directly to where I want it to be. Show now, I will cancel. Which is basically what they just did. Okay, where are you going there with that gold bar? Between the legs? There they go. Perfect. It took you years to figure. I mean, I'm in the exact same boat, you know. Like, I first played, in air quotes, Dwarf Fortress in 2009. But it took me much longer than that to actually get to a point where I could play the game. Much longer than that. So, I think that that's a pretty common feeling. amongst people who play this. Cross side. When the outpost liaison, when is the outpost liaison supposed to leave? They've met with your expedition leader in the caravan, but oh, I mean they will leave after I think the season ends, like 3 months. No, I can't. What gave you that kind of thought? What was your first clue that I play this game? Obviously, I've never played this video game before. This is only like an illusion. This is looped gameplay that I paid somebody to record previously to make you think that I was an expert at this video game. You've all fallen directly into my cunning plan. Mwah! Naturally, oh, well, I mean, no, the mouse is actually playing. See? Right there with Rubber Ducky. You know, I was gonna balk. They're gonna knock it all over, chat. Sad. Well, balls. Okay. The king ever turned up? Nope. No, he didn't. Still alive, though, apparently. They're gonna knock all the gems over, chat. Of course, they also spawn, like, right next to things. Shrine to the upcoming version? What, that? I mean, that was just a little side project. Seemed fitting. Sethados, what's up? It's only taken multiple goddamn years, but we're getting there. Thank you very much for the 24th month. Welcome back, man. They're gonna knock over my Kit Fox logo, and I'm sad. Because there be goblins coming. There be goblins coming. Oh, they won't steal them, but they'll definitely knock the thing down so I get to rebuild it. You need to sleep. Catch you all tomorrow. Hope to be here before 6 p.m. Eastern. Well, get here when you can. All right, Dwarf, congratulations. You're getting locked in here. Who is that? Oh, it's Hexwrench. Hexwrench, you were the lever dwarf for this siege. Oh my god, they're already here. Gosh, that was quick. All right, well, let's wait for those. Oh, you're going to go sleep. Never mind, you're not the lever dwarf. All right, pull the gold lever. I'm going to get to it. Stat. G time? Yeah, it's a bunch of GGs. Good night, RSG. You sleep well. They suspended the construction of a gem window. Gosh, I wonder why. It will be real nice of them if they don't burn the whole thing down. Although, if they don't bring any trolls, they probably won't. Fingers crossed. Need to pull that lever. D is the best starting key to use? What do you mean? I think this goblin's gonna get fucking catapulted. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this goblin's about to get catapulted. Whee! Splat. Perfect. Working as intended. Excellent. Also, I think... Okay, so there are some trolls. There are some trolls. So this just means I need to kill them before the trolls get to that. Mostly. So that I can seal it all in. Oh no, the goblin burning. Oh, I feel so bad. Not. Look at them all walking. Just up and over. Look at that. Look at that. It's glorious. I guess... Man. I could try and... I don't want to... I want to use the towers, not the drawbridges. Drawbridges aren't the weapon here. The towers are, but anything to save the Kit Fox. Otherwise, they're going to start going after it. I just hope that they go straight inside and, like, don't even worry about that. Yeah, currently, don't go jinxing it. But currently, they are being very polite. I mean, I did already torch one of them, so maybe they're going for vengeance instead of breaking my art. Because unlike the Steam logo up on the surface, that is very fragile and could just be broken by anything. Whereas, like, the thing up top is made out of floor blocks, so that is indestructible. The Steam is indestructible. Kit Fox is not, basically, is the TLDR here. But I'm hoping that they're way too tempted by these squishy dwarves, and we'll just run straight in. Come over here, you vile force of darkness. Oh, also, this is very important, chat. It begins. I shall avenge you, my art. Oopsies. No, not you. Vengeance shall be swift. At least they're all right there, so it'll be easier to recreate. Is that a lava moat? Oh, it's a lot more than just a lava moat. It's an enslaved volcano. Just wait. Basically, I have these towers made of glass that pump lava into the top of them. And then by pulling one lever, I can basically just, like, fire a, like, waterfall of lava over the walkways. And it's also covered in a glass pyramid because I have too much free time. Stupid trolls. Fortunately, goblins are getting close. So chat, once those goblins get around the second tower, we're gonna need a big ol' round of beers. All these goblins about to die. You know, I was planning on playing Zero Sievert today, but I'm looking at the clock and realizing I've been streaming for 11 hours of Dwarf Fort. Yeah, same. Atomic. He's actually one of the people that I want to talk to at some point. I want to talk to him about Dwarf Fort. Because I've heard, like, rumblings through the grapevine that, like, the only reason they didn't get him on the project quicker was because initially he refused to take Kit Fox's corporate money, or he refused to take Zack and Tarn's money, but they eventually were able to convince him to take Kit Fox's money, which I think is really interesting. How am I finding that game worth buying? I want to play more of it. It's fun. It's the Tarkov loop, which is a good loop, but minus the part where you have to tolerate other human beings. So it's a fun game. All right, we're almost there. How's this run going so far? Well, a bunch of goblins are about to be turned into charcoal. Yeah, I mean, be hesitant. Wait for a sale. You know, it's not going anywhere. Hi, Jen. Hello, hobo. You're just in time. Yeet. All right, I think we will lock the red door, lift the green door, so red door locks them in, green door is going to kill a bunch of them, right about now. There they go. And then we can pull the tower top floodgates. Can I get a round of beers, dwarves? It's crispy, yes, very. Begins. I'm always worried my game's gonna crash whenever I do this, and it never does, but it always seizes up for way too long. I love how this one goblin survived. This guy, Cuts Mob, over here in the corner, is just like, ah. So if I look at this screen, that's how many things are burning to death right now. It's probably enough to kill them all, I think. Look at all that smoke. Oh my god. Yeah, Simon Sewer is the Sound Sense composer, who's one of 3 composers working on Premium. Now, how come the siege ain't over yet? What? It can't be that. Really? That should end the siege. My ass, it didn't. Let's do that. That and that. So the lava tower. Okay, no, it is the end of the siege. Perfect. Squish the 2 that survived. Put the bridges down. Seal the towers. Apparently there's 2 in the middle somehow. I don't actually know how they survived. They won't survive this, though. My guy. What the fuck? Alright, there goes the last one. Troll got into the fort, guys. It's Atu. It's not even the one that killed all my pretty gem windows. Alright, well, we'll stab him to death eventually. He'll scare some doors, but it's fine. All right, I think we got him. Yep, he did. Are they going for a round 2? Man, fortunately, no. All right, well, that sucks. Let's get these deconstructed. Remove this. Build a single gold tile right here. And let's build this again. Damn it. So annoyed. So annoyed at this, but what can you really do? And then we're going to do gem windows. So 1, 2. That's our nose. Fortunately, building this a second time is going to be much faster because I have all the pieces right here already, more or less. As long as I don't screw it up. So that's going to be the head of Kit Fox. And, you know, it's going to take a little bit for that stuff to dry off, but, you know, it's a very effective combat. Although once I get this constructed and sealed, it'll be quite safe, I will say. But yeah, for those of you hanging out today, I just want to say thank you. Because, like, this month is the best month I've had, stats-wise, like just views-wise, and people tuning in and follows, since 2018. So, thank you. Seriously, it's been a very long time since I've had a month where I've had more than 100 average viewers over more than, like, 2 days. So, obviously, I've had the occasional great day, but it's been a very long time since I've had a month this good. At the Legends of this world? Not in a while. I've played in this world for quite some time. I do a little bit of Legends when I retire stuff, but honestly, for me with Legends right now, I'm just like thirsting over the Steam version improvements so much that I just kind of haven't dove into them yet. Like, I've stopped using Legends stuff because I look at the improvements and I'm like, oh man, oh, it looks so good. And then I just wait. So that's one of the reasons I haven't done as much Legends stuff recently. I actually did a stream of just Legends mode the other week, which was pretty fun. But yeah, I've just been too excited for the improvements to Legends. And I assume you guys are similar. Because my god, that shit looks good. It looks so goddamn good. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Okay. So I want green glass, or a gem window, rather. That's pinfire. What color are those? Wait, what? Are you telling me pinfire is the right color? All right, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Pretty sure I did that last one out of the wrong material. Nope, somehow not. 4, 5, 6, 7, Pulling down those walls up there. Putting all this stuff together much faster. I'm actually just going to make a gem stockpile right here. This will speed this up. Although, just cut gems. Specifically, I think crystal opals. Pineapple opals are the one I'm looking for. God, I can't wait for these to be either searchable or scrollable or, you know, anything. Fire opals. At least they're separated by opals and what like type of thing they are generally. It's pineapple. Perfect. You've been showing legend stuff to a bunch of friends who'd never even heard of DF. Oh, so and are they like into it? Like intrigued by it? I remember showing Legends to my older sister, and since then she's started playing DF, except not actually playing DF. She just reads Legends and uses it in her D&D games. Hi, Orange. I disagree, but that's okay. You have a fighter dwarf crawling on the walls of your glass spike pit? That's kind of crazy. Must be a good climber. You just narrowly avoided a strange mood gone wrong. Serves you right for delaying getting real metal industry up until you make magma forges. Yeah, that's always a stressful situation where it's just like, I need metal bars. It's like, no, you fucking don't. God damn it. I can't do this right now, guys. Meanwhile, me also melting down one of my starting, like, copper battle axes because, like, I don't have any metal and just, But then again, I've also had forts where, like, I've had metal industry set up before I've had bedrooms, so... A featherwood... Hey, featherwood table, pretty good. That's pretty good. Could, like, make a guild hall or a temple real fast with that. That's not a total waste. Not a total waste. I think I may need to remove these trees. Can you use your scope by right-clicking? Oh, are you playing Zero Seaver? Yeah. A menace, yes, a very menacing featherwood table. The most menacing featherwood table. But how's your day been, Hobo? Are you gonna go see that... Does that Stone Temple Pilot show tomorrow? I think that's tomorrow, isn't it? Time has no meaning. All right. Let's see how I can do this. 1, 2, 3. So it goes 3 down. 2, 3. Cool. Front legs. Also, I can start building gold walls. Gold bars. Which is now down at the bottom because I just moved the... Oh, no, they're not. It's up there now. All right, hold on. How many cats am I at? All right, it's time to start slaughtering kittens. And llamas. And apparently Crundles, too. The show is Saturday? Oh, interesting. Huh. Weird, but also neat. God, not the cats. Is what it is. I've been kind of ignoring them for a bit. Just as a picture of some baron from 100 years ago? Maybe they were an interesting baron. Maybe they, like, I don't know, tamed great beasts in the depths or something. All right, more windows getting done. You know, I'm kind of peeved right now because the best way to actually do this would be to make gold gems so I could make it a solid gold block. But I don't really want to just, like, make a bunch of gold gems. I mean, how much gold do I just have sitting around that could be cut? Not actually that much. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. I'll make the less nice option. It's the wrong color anyway. See if they did anything interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's for the best. You're on the infinite drill grind? Yeah, drills are hard to... Drills tend to be in the upper part of the town that's filled with ghouls in forest. From my experimenting yesterday. But I don't know if I'm even going to play any of that tonight because I'm like... I was building this and now I'm looking at the clock and it's like, I've been streaming for 11 hours and I need to prep for tomorrow at some point too, so... Looks like my zero Sievert grind is gonna get behind. Man, there's so many random gems just being carried out here right now. It's a little ridiculous. You know, I've seen a bunch of people go back to old school RuneScape. I think it's just nostalgia, you know? Like, every now and again, I have the itch to go back to older games that I really like. And, yeah, I think it's just nostalgia. Pretty sure it's just nostalgia. Sometimes you just get that nostalgia kick and you just gotta do it. There's a few games that'll make me do that too. It's just pretty rare for me. Not a very nostalgia-focused person. Let's, got your nose done. So pineapple. 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 Also, if anybody here hasn't seen pineapple opals before, go look them up. They're super fucking cool looking. They're like multicolored things that look like they're from space. They're super neat. Even though in Dwarf Fortress, they're just straight, like flat white, basically. Also, thanks for the follow, Cooper. No, that's a really old bug that got patched out of the game in 2016. It's 2016, General Cooper. It's just stuck around in the general zeitgeist in, like, interviews because it's an amusing bug and people think it's funny, so they, like, bring it up all the time, but that's not been a thing in the game for a very, very, very long time. So fortunately, no, cats don't get drunk and die anymore. It's a very good thing, yeah. It was a completely game-breaking thing. And it got fixed a long time ago. It's good that it got fixed. 200? 60, maybe. My day? Pretty good. I've had a good stream today. No complaints. Got a big raid at the start, and it's been pretty smooth sailing since. You know, just doing the thing. And yourself, Trevor? Your dwarf's still around? You're still a crafts dwarf? Still hanging out? Still doing glass stuff? The pyramid's pretty much done. At this point, I just got some indoor stuff to do. Yeah, opals are really cool. Gems in general are really cool, actually. But considering I mentioned it, I might as well just show them on stream. Pineapple opals. One of my favorite gems in Dwarf, just because they look so neat. These things. Like, they're, like, it's very rare when I'm like, when I go, man, I would love to just, like, buy this crystal and, like, put it on my counter. But, like, man, if I could just have one of those and put it in my bathroom, like, that'd be a good shower crystal, you know? Like, I'm not one of those people who's like, oh my god, crystals make you better at sex or anything stupid like that. But, like, man, those things look cool. Baron fought a fuck ton of battles and also has a child who became a prophet of a human religion that appears to have spread to a lot of your dwarves, including Green. Well, there you go. Now it's a much cooler table. Let's cancel that. And unsuspend that one. You found a drill? Hell yeah! If people are confused about what Hobo's talking about with the drill, he's talking about Zero Seavert, which is another game that I've been playing, but not today, I don't think, because I'm building a Kit Fox. I got priorities, okay? This is important. I have to make this logo for reasons. I have to put it on social media. I mean, I don't have to do any of this. I could just go play that video game, but instead here I am. Doing this. And also, it was like past halfway done, and then the goddamn trolls knocked it over. So here we go, trying to one up the haters. And somehow yet he's still just a competent spear dwarf at best. Hey, many competent spear dwarves have done many cool things. Who knows, maybe you'll get more if I cover my living space in gems. The idea is to encase it in gold, okay? So that, like, it can't get killed by a siege. For anybody who's wondering what I'm talking about, tomorrow I'm going to be on the Kit Fox channel, and I'm going to be... 1, 2, 3... Okay. And tomorrow I'm going to be on the Kit Fox stream talking with the community manager at Kit Fox about Dwarf Fortress and backseating her while she plays premium. And then after that, on my channel, I'm going to be streaming here from 1 p.m. Pacific until probably around 5, I would guess. And in that window, I will have Tarn Adams on the stream at 3 p.m. Pacific. And we're going to be chatting about dwarves, and then I'm going to vanish and go edit that and put it on YouTube. So I'm kind of prepping this so I can talk tomorrow about how I built a Kit Fox logo out of gems, and the trolls knocked it over. Typical. Also, I'm still running out of gems, so there's that problem too. They're basically fossils of other rocks? Okay, that's really cool. The best part about the Steam edition of Dwarf Fortress is it's going to trick potentially up to millions of people into buying an educational game without them realizing it. Dwarf Fortress is actually just like how to learn geology 101, but in video game format. It's a basic course in geology. Very educational video game, actually. You'll learn a lot of really random, useless facts from playing Dwarf Fort. Like what kunzite is. Gosh, I'm losing my voice. Blech. I'm talking too much. Almost like it's my job. All right, dwarves leaving. Going to go get more gems. Extracted with the drill. Yeah. You'll be in my hood on Friday. DM you. Sure. Are you in my Discord, Pathatos? Actually, you're probably in the Kit Fox one regardless, so. There are many minerals of that kind. They replace another mineral crystal that has grown, and they take its shape. Yep. Yeah, no, I've heard about like crystals that are essentially just like fossilized other crystals, which is kind of awesome, actually. Rocks are neat, turns out. You know, that sounds like a book, a series of adolescent novels I read when I was younger. Maybe, P. Except it was about a bunch of edgy kids that turned into animals. Now we call them, like, you know, furries, but back then they were called animorphs. I read so much fucking animorphs when I was a little kid. It's not even funny. I read like 25 of those books or something. Admittedly, like, you could finish them in a couple hours. They were pretty short, but... Brain dead, attempting to restart. Brain failed, emergency vodka. Task failed successfully. Excellent, congrats on failing the task. Hope the vodka is tasty. I'll be honest, if I wasn't playing video games on an empty stomach, I would go grab a glass of vodka too. Might do that tomorrow. I'm probably also going to do an extra stream over the weekend at some point. Probably Sunday. And the reason I say that is because, you know, I'm kind of, you know, feel like I've not been streaming enough as of late, which is totally not true. I've definitely been streaming enough, but I want to stream more. So we're going to be probably doing a stream on Sunday this week, even though it's not in the normal schedule right now. You never read them in order, so you never knew where the next book I picked up was gonna be. Yeah, no, I mean, having read them in order, yeah, you could just pretty much pick them up almost anywhere. And it's like, wow, there's just like kids turning into animals and they're just like violently ripping people apart. Let's go. This is really strange. Like, I don't actually understand how it was a kid's book. It was like weirdly ultra-violent. Like, to the point where I would play an ultra-violent video game variant of Animorphs. Like, I would play an M-rated Animorphs game. I don't think I'm going to get this done, am I? I'm going to run out of gems. God dang it. This is suboptimal. Just found $5 above the dryer? Well, that's neat. Shoutouts to your dryer for saving it for you.
Have some.
Thanks for the buck. Cheers, man. Appreciate you. You never read a single one, but recognized the IP immediately. Couldn't tell you what I had for breakfast a couple days ago. What, Animorphs? I mean, it's pretty recognizable. If nothing else, Animorphs is very recognizable. I mean, I could just make it a weird multicolored thing, but then it would just look weird. Chat, can I get a couple beers for the $1 that Pilot just threw in my chat? And the 69 cents that Orange just threw in my chat. Thanks for the 69 pennies, Orange. Appreciate you, man. Yeah. There's a bunch of Impalas right there. Russ! Welcome, friends. Hello, everybody. Did you guys know? Fun fact. Little known fact, in fact. Did you guys know that Dwarf Fortress is coming out on Steam? I didn't time that very well, but there you go. What's up? Perplexing. Hey, glitchy. If you guys don't know Russ is the
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
best place to 400. Is it really 460 hours? Motherfucker. Yes. But anyway, there you go. So Dwarf Fortress is coming out on Steam. Go wishlist it now. Let's see if we can get up ahead of other games that are less important. Thanks for the $4.20. Cheers, man. And the 69 cents because of the Russ raid from Pilot. Well, not only does Dwarf Fortress come out in that very specific number of hours, I have this very unofficial 19 days, 9 hours, 34 minutes, and 8 seconds. It releases on December 6th, 2022. You already wishlisted it? Oh, dang. Well, then definitely don't unwishlist it. That would be bad. And I did some very, 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 very scientific journalism, and I figured out that Dwarf Fortress has over 1 million wish lists. Because I got a PR email from here. Actually, I can show you. Because like this right here, like this is the top wish listed games on Steam, right? Company of Heroes, we just passed them on Dwarf Fortress, so we're right here. 16th most wish listed game on Steam, right? This game just sent me a PR email earlier today stating that they were significantly over 1 million wish lists. So if they've passed 1 million wish lists and Dwarf Fortress is above them, it's only logical. Anonymous, thank you very much for checking out a 5-pack. Cheers. And thanks, Hobo, for the 300 bits. Cheers, man. Whoa! Indeed. I'm trying to make a Kit Fox logo out of gems, but unfortunately I'm running out of gems. It kind of is insane, Sushi, isn't it? Like, a little game like Dwarf Fort. But tomorrow's going to be a Dwarf Fortress smorgasbord, by the way. Because at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern, I will be on the Kit Fox Games channel with the Kit Fox Games community manager. She's going to be streaming Premium Dwarf Fortress, and I'm going to be backseating on voice chat. And then at 1 p.m. Pacific tomorrow, I turn my stream on this channel and stream for 2 hours. And then at 3 p.m., Tarn Adams is going to join me. We're going to talk about Dwarf Fort for like an hour and a half. So if you want just like a pile of Dwarf Fort, tomorrow's the day to like watch this space. Niche game making big waves.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Niche game becoming less niche. Number go up, apparently, Pilot. Thank you very much for the $3. Cheers, man. Yeah, classic Dwarf Fortress is definitely a niche game.
Numbers go up.
Premium, I don't know how to classify it. Maybe not niche game. Although I've had people tell me that RimWorld is a niche game, so I look at that and I go, I mean, I guess. I kind of refuse to accept that. I like to think that RimWorld's like pretty much about as mainstream as you can get, but you know, 4 million copies, I guess, no matter. Makes you very happy. Makes me very happy. That's like enough numbers that even if the game is received poorly, it'll sell well enough that it won't matter. Like, it's about the best place you can be. Thanks for the $1.55, Seth. Cheers. Because you can fight hell? I mean, when it comes to fighting hell, I've discovered something amazing earlier today. Of course, this is a classic, a very niche game as well. The Bible has released on Steam, which has some of the best tags I've ever seen. And also, it has achievements, which are kind of hilarious. If it ever gets like a 90% off sale, I'm gonna buy it. Yeah, female protagonist is my favorite one. Psychological horror, sexual content, faith, lore rich, female protagonist. Anyway, I might, if it's ever like 90% off, I'm gonna gift it to a bunch of people and be like, 100% the Bible, bitch! I just want to have all the achievements in the Bible, you know? Like, who doesn't want that? So when people tell me I have bad takes on religion, I can be like, yeah, well, if you 100%ed the Bible... Speedrun the Bible? Yes, we were joking earlier about 100%ing the Bible. All right, where did my gold go? Lost my gold! But chat, thank you very much for the hype train. This is the second hype train of the day. The first one was a little bonkers because Animal like dropped him like $100 in bits. But this one's not this one's getting a little nuts too, apparently. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for another 5-pack. You're too kind. Whomever you may be. As the next to Nova's Witness, as somebody who was raised very Lutheran, I too have also 100%ed the Bible. But it doesn't matter if it's not like in your gamer score. I mean, come on. Truthfully, like, does it matter? I don't know why, but anonymous gifts pop every single notification separately, whereas the non-anonymous ones don't. I maybe need to fix that. That's a problem. Although that riff still slaps. Good riff. Also, I'm just realizing I'm making this too big. Also, 1, 2, 3. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Actually, is it supposed to be one further down? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's supposed to go to right there. Yes. And then 2 up, 1 over, and then okay, perfect. Total conversion mod for the Book of Mormon. I'm waiting for the Quran DLC personally. You lost your first account. God damn it. Well, I mean, that would explain why your score is not as close. Bible game on psychedelics, it's basically the same. Oh, man. I can't wait for the Book of Scientology to be published on Steam. That's truly the religious text that I need. Although that would be a very expensive subscription. It would be like $20,000 a month. But if you're lucky, you might be able to give Tom Cruise a hand job. So, if the Bible is so good, why haven't they made the Bible too? You know, I seem to recall like running into a video game called like the Bible 2 once, like a Flash game, and it wasn't what you'd want from that. It was what I would describe as quite offensive, to put it simply. Quite offensive. Christian Bible is Bible 2. Actually, the Old Testament is kind of or the Old Testament is Bible 1, New Testament is Bible 2. So technically, yeah, they sort of did write 2 Bibles. Yeah, it's part 1, part 2. It's like it's like any good work of art, like The Last of Us, right? There's part 1 and part 2. But I have to say, though, thank you very much to everybody for gifting subs and hanging out. Choose your flavor. Yeah, pretty much. They previously planted stuff, but you screw stuff over with cooking. Go outside, hit D, hit P, select a bunch of dwarves, give them gather plants jobs, and do this. You won't have food problems, assuming you're in a temperate biome where stuff's growing. New Testament is the expansion? Then explain Revelations. That's just the Edgy Boy DLC, actually. Yeah, I guess I could see that. New Testament just being an expansion pack. Okay, so I do actually have dwarves cutting pineapple opals. The problem is they're just so far away and they only get one done at a time. All right, chat room. Thank you very much for that vibe train with 1,482 bits. That's $14.82 and 10 gifted subs. Means a lot, guys. Seriously. God, tomorrow's gonna be exciting. Human lore is very fun. That will be released when it's ready. True. Yeah. Book of Mormon is Bible DLC. I would say it's more just like a total conversion mod, but there was a bit of controversy about adding Revelations to the canonical Bible. I mean, it's all just human lore, so who really cares? Oh, right. I made this into a temple. I totally fucking forgot. My bad. Speaking of, like, Bibles, whoops. Accidentally made that into a temple. Not accidentally. I did that to test something. Didn't work. So essentially, need to go to a lair. It has pineapple opals. I need to dig it all out. Got any personal tips? Don't listen to the old memes because most of them aren't true. And play slowly and enjoy your time. And, like, remember that if you pretend that you're playing D&D with yourself and all of the dwarves are your storytelling mechanisms and you're trying to give them the best adventure possible, you will have a lot more fun than if you just try and min-max and keep everything perfect. Allow things to fuck up, because that's where Dwarf Fortress really shines, is when things fuck up. That's my advice on how to enjoy Dwarf Fortress. Nope. Like I mentioned many times already today, there was a thread on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit recently, which was, what do you hate about Dwarf Fortress? And what I hate about Dwarf Fortress is old memes confusing the fuck out of new players. The one thing I truly hate about this game. It drives me nuts. Because it's just like, my God, if people just, like, listened and didn't assume everything that they heard from some random person who played the game 10 years ago was true, my job as somebody who like answers questions about this game on a daily basis would be so much easier. There'd be so much less people. There would be far less people just, like, confused and like, what am I supposed to do? All the time. But yeah, the getting started tutorial on the wiki is very helpful. Don't worry about installing Lazy Noob Pack. Just play vanilla is my advice, but many people will give you different advice. My advice is play vanilla and enjoy the process, because that's all that you can really do. Is play vanilla and enjoy the process. And accept that you will lose forts to dumb shit. But at the same time, I think learning the game will be easier once Premium is out. So keep that in mind. I think you would have an easier time if you waited a month, basically. If you're only interested in adventure mode, adventure mode plays best when played concurrently with Fortress mode. Because Villains Part 2 isn't out yet, I would only, or I personally only play adventure mode when I'm specifically interacting with fortresses, because that's what makes it. Oh, you're high as fuck. That's fine. That was me 12 hours ago. No, not 12 hours ago. 24 hours ago. High as fuck. Time has no meaning. Anyway, yeah, I if you're only interested in adventure mode, I would wait until Villains Part 2's out, or until Premium's out with adventure mode, because adventure mode is a weird thing. It can be enjoyed if you are a very RP focused player, but adventure mode shines when you're playing it alongside of fortress mode. So like adventure mode is cool because you can retire a fortress and then take an adventurer over to your old fortress, talk to a couple of your old dwarves, convince one of them to join you, go to a new location, found a fortress there, claim the fortress in fortress mode, and then keep playing. That's why adventure mode is cool. Adventure mode isn't cool as an RPG, really. It's one of the most broken parts of the game in a lot of ways. 1, 2. Those two need to be deconstructed. And then this needs to be canceled. Right there. That needs to be canceled. Okay. So hold on. Are you a new player? Or do you, like, if you already have the game installed, why are you asking me for recommendations? Like, if you've got the game installed, you're already on your way to enjoying the game. But I would say if you're going to play Dwarf Fortress, don't play one mode specifically, because you will get a lot more out of the game if you just play a little bit of everything. Because that's how this game shines, is if you play a little bit of everything. If you just play one mode, you will miss out on a third of the game, basically. So if you just play Fortress mode and you never look at Legends or Adventure, you're missing out on 2/3 of the game. If you just play Adventure, then you're missing out on Fortress and Legends. And if you only ever read Legends, well, then you're not playing the game in the first place because you're just reading history, which is interesting. But, you know, I feel that you're doing yourself a disservice if all you're playing is Adventure. But, you know, you asked for my advice. That's my advice. But you sound like you're well on your way if you have the game installed already and you're playing and you've like already gone exploring, then yeah, you're well on your way to learning Dwarf Fort. Not too much more I can say. It's so overwhelming. Yeah, that's Dwarf Fort. Just keep playing and keep dying, and eventually you'll figure it out. People need to give themselves more credit when it comes to learning complicated games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I actually need to nuke this one out the corner. Looked a little bit too big. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Which should line up with the top of that. Right there, perfect. And eventually, you know, you'll be building towers that can spew out lava. And, like, Steam logos at the top of buildings. Also, if you're high as fuck, congrats, you're already in the right mindset to totally enjoy Dwarf Fortress. I speak with experience. Perfect way to play, exactly. Unlike Elite Dangerous, don't be high and fly, because you'll fly into a fucking star. Which, you know. I've been there, done that, and it sucks. I think I forgot my beers in the freezer. Uh-oh, that's not good. You know, it's actually it's been kind of funny as of late because more and more I see people asking for advice on like what to do when you first start playing Dwarf Fort, right? Like, oh, what do I do when I first start playing Dwarf Fort? And something I've been seeing more and more is people literally just saying, watch Blind IRL and Krug Smash. Which is just like, oh, my heart. Is it literally just supposed to be that? Wow, it is. Okay. I got this, like, I was, like, completely overestimating the size of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Starts up there. Where all my gold at? There it is. That's what I did and say to others now. It's neat. Neat to see. You just lost your damn horse? You feel like you're in the game and you just lost your damn horse. Well, unfortunately, Bessie's gone, if you didn't keep track of Bessie. But, like, to give you an idea, like, in adventure mode, you can take quests from people, right? People can give you quests. There's no way to turn them in, and there's no reward even if you, like, find the person again. They just don't know that they know that you went off on the quest, but there's nothing to do with that quest once it's completed. Just as an example of something that's like unfinished and weird about adventure mode. It's a really cool mode, but right now it's like, since you're a code monkey, well, I mean, you're aware that it's not going to be in the next version, right? Adventure mode, not at least not initially, because they have to rework all the UI for it, like they did Classic. Just making sure you're aware of that. Actually, no, I don't want to get rid of this. That. That, and then that. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to get some loving with Villains Part 2, but that's still, unfortunately, a little bit of a ways off. Where my pineapple apples go? Yeah, I'll say this. It's not very often that I have new people pop in that want to know about adventure modes. That is interesting. From my polling, it's like less than 16% of my audience actually plays adventure mode in the first place. So that is interesting. Good to know. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? My eyes are starting to not work properly. It's been a long day. I'm sure they're like right in front of my face and I'm just not seeing them. You'll call it even. That's pretty fair. I mean, the Dwarf Fortress came out, well, started development when I was 8. So, you know. I'm suddenly smelling baked potatoes. I think someone is like outside or nearby in a nearby unit making baked potatoes and I can smell them through the wall. You know, chat, if you ever like get to reset life and you get a second opportunity and you get to pick your stats at life, don't ever go with like visual impairment because it just enhances the rest of your other senses and it makes like it really easy to tell when someone is like making tasty smelling food out in the hallway. I literally can't find these fucking pineapple opals. What the fuck? There they are. Jeez. You're literally eating baked potato right now? Are you in my building, Lamont? This smells like oh, what is that stuff called when you slice potatoes really thin and you put it in a baking pan and you cover it in like cheeses and scalloped potatoes. That's what I was thinking. It smells like scalloped potatoes. Maybe someone's celebrating American Thanksgiving a little early. Maybe I should make some scalloped potatoes over the weekend. Maybe. Spear's only slightly frozen? Well, that's better than totally frozen and the bottle blew up. Which I had happen once, which was not optimal. Good luck, Finn. So you're just trying to play it as like a life sim? I mean, that would definitely fit the psychological horror tag of Dwarf Fort. Few things in life more terrifying than having kids. Let's do 5. But you may also want to poke around because a lot of things that you'll come up with and you'll be like, I want that as a mod. Might already exist. I don't know about that in specific, but Dwarf Fortress is such an old game that, like, if you want to literally just play Pokemon in adventure mode, you can do that because there's a mod for it. If you want to just be Goku and be a god in adventure mode, you can also just do that. Crunchberries and Frankenberries? The fuck's a crunchberry? And the fuck's a Frankenberry? Serious question. What in the world is a crunchberry? Hold on, let me see if I can find you the poke. I think DF database is still down, so. Yes. It is in fact still down. So you can't actually download mods right now because the Dwarf Fortress database is down. But that's all of the legendary, mythical, ultra beasts in one room in a fight at the same time. It's just shit exploding everywhere. Crunchberry is Captain Crunch? Oh, okay. Why do they have a name for those? I've never actually had Captain Crunch in my life, so. I had Lucky's Charms once, and it was disgusting. And I'm never having that again. Anyway, yeah, so that mod's pretty cool. Dwarfamon. I don't think you can download it because I'm assuming it's on the DF database, but. Why did I read that as angry sugar cereals? God, my brain's just like falling out of my... Yeah, I don't know. I never really ate sugary cereals growing up. I ate a lot of oatmeal because sugary cereals were too expensive. Which I think is probably for the best. Stuff seems kind of disgusting, to be honest. Which flavor of cheeses to buy? A child would 50 kill you. I don't know. I don't know. Kids scare me. That's all I have to say. Audio, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks for modding, chilling. Thanks for doing the shoutouts and stuffs. Appreciate you. Tomorrow's gonna be fun if you can make it for any of it. Not sure at the moment. Yeah, I got you. Work comes first. We'll be fine. But have a good day at work tomorrow. Get shit done. You need to see Frankenberries to see what they are. Also, Booberry and Count Chocula. I know for fact Booberry and Count Chocula do not end up in stores around me because I'm familiar with those and I've literally never seen them in my life. I'm convinced that they just don't exist in Canada. There's a stoner / food podcast that I listen to called Extra Napkins, and they talk about those sugary American bullshit cereals all the time. And I'm always just kind of like flabbergasted because I'm just like, I've never heard of any of these. This is a shame. Oh, I know, but they don't exist here. At least where I live. At least at the stores I shop at. I don't shop at Walmart. Maybe they sell them at Walmart, but... as far as I can tell, those don't exist here. I mean, I know what they're based on. I've never seen them in person. That's all I'm trying to say. And you know what? I think I'm good. I think I'm probably better off for not seeing them in person. I would say the only like real sugary cereal I ever had access to was Frosted Flakes. And the reason we had access to Frosted Flakes was because there was a very short period of time where my little sister would just like scream and cry if she didn't get extra sugar. And so my parents caved. And then she started asking for sugar on her Frosted Flakes. And then my mom took her to the hospital and found out she was a type 1 diabetic. And then I got diagnosed something like 15 years later. So around the time she got diagnosed, all that stuff just vanished out of the house because it's too difficult to carb count. Like, it's impossible to carb count is what I actually mean. Honestly, Honey Nut Cheerios were MVP when I was younger, although we had these knockoff Honey Nut Cheerios which weren't as sweet, which I really liked when I was younger. Those were pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I ate cereal briefly this summer because I found a brand I actually kind of liked, but it was like not cost effective. Stuff's too expensive. It's too expensive for what you actually get food-wise out of it. Like I'd rather just eat oatmeal or overnight oatmeal. But then again, I'm a boring grown-up, not a kid with a sense of fun, so... There was a very brief period of time as well when we had Fruit Loops in the house. But I can't tell if we had Fruit Loops in the house because my parents bought it or if my Oma bought it. I think my Oma might have just been buying it for us because we wanted it. Price efficiency of plain grain is hilariously better. I can buy, it's like 4 kilograms of just steel cut oats for, I'm sorry, what? I'm an idiot. Whoops. I, super duper duper forgot to let Pablo out of here, after that siege, and he died of starvation. Whoops. Anyway, I can buy 4 kilograms of oatmeal, for the price of a box of cereal, which is like 4 meals. I've been just staring at this way too closely. And I've been streaming for 12 hours, and so I kind of forgot. You're dying? Well, they were dying. Sorry, Pablo. Honestly, Pablo's probably spitting his drink out if he's listening right now, laughing. Made an oopsie. What are you hauling? Going for the... Man, we're getting a lot of random stuff hauled to stockpiles. I'm assuming they're going for gems, but they could be going literally anywhere on the map for those two. I'm assuming most of these are the right ones. Pineapple opals. Pineapple opals, pineapple opals. Anyway, F's for Pablo. And Hex, who didn't make it to the tavern in time. Awkward. The sad part is they actually had like food and water in there, which means they literally ate through all of their food and alcohol. Not water, alcohol. They had food and alcohol in there, so they ate through all of it. Dumb dwarves and dumb streamer forgetting about dumb dwarves. God damn it. This is what I get for making a replica Kit Fox logo. I get forgetful and let dwarves die. I think I owe these dwarves an apology. He'd have saved the alcohol. Well, I mean, if they're drinking alcohol, they don't die of thirst. Alcohol quenches their thirst. It's also not the first time I've forgotten something like this. So, I just feel bad because they were both named dwarves. I seem to recall unlocking the door though. Like I remember making that mental note of like, I need to unlock this door. So I swear that I unlocked it, but clearly didn't. Gosh. At least there's plenty of gems there, though. These jobs are getting done. Then they're brought over here. Welp. I'm literally just trying to finish this. This is my end goal for today, is to finish this mural, I suppose, or whatever we call it. Art piece, experiment, project, construction, thingy, whatever it is. I just would really like to get it done. Because today's been a long stream. Although today's got to be a long stream to make up for tomorrow's super short stream. But you know what I have to do after I'm done streaming today, chat room? I have to go through this. This is the list of questions for Tarn tomorrow. All 238 of them. So much. Planning to get through them all? I have to sort them, but am I going to ask all of them? No. No, I'm not. I am not going to ask all of them. I do not take that much time from Tarn and Zach. No, I usually file it down to about 2. About 30-ish. And then from there... Okay, so this corner here is going to be a jam window. Yeah, I usually file it down to about 30. And that's usually where it stays, is about 30. A couple times I've gone over that. What the fuck? I hit that button once. You get a double press on that shift? So I must have. Yeah, I usually try and file it down to about 30, and that's where I leave it usually. I think I'm gonna do a different material around the outside. Maybe like... Let's say... black bronze, I don't have enough. Rose gold, I don't have enough. Could do iron. Now the reason I want to do an extra material around the outside is so that baddies can't get into it. Let's do bloodthorn. Because the corners, baddies will be able to get in. Also, bloodthorn logs are just kind of badass. This will be gold. This can be bloodthorn. This can be bloodthorn. But yeah, I mean, every single time I do these interviews, I kind of set up and expect that I'm going to get a couple hundred questions. I mean, the last one I think I got like, it was like 150 that I had to sort through. I knew there would be a lot this time. The one before it that I did, there was like 90 or something. So they've been accelerating. I think the first one that I did, I got like 50 questions or something to sort through. So yeah, they've been increasing, but it's usually just like a matter of like reading through, and then like it'll just be like delete, 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 and then like, okay, maybe that one, highlight, delete, 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 just to continue. So if you have a question you want to submit, I recommend submitting it tonight, because I will probably be finalizing the list by tomorrow morning. So keep that in mind. If you would like to ask Tarn a question, potentially, I can't guarantee it'll get asked, but if you would like to potentially ask Tarn a question, I recommend sending your questions in tonight. Well, on the bright side, looks like gems are getting cut. So that's good. I'm sorry, what? I truly have been paying way too little attention to the actual well-being of this fort. I just had a dwarf go nuts. I wasn't even aware that they'd made an that they were trying to make an artifact. Soul Shinery got struck down while trying to make an artifact. So I had, like, what, 2 dwarves starved to death and 1 go nuts trying to make an artifact? I'm trying to make an artifact over here, dwarf. Can't you see? Like, how can you make an artifact when Streamer over here is trying to make his masterpiece? So little respect. Also, oops. So what is that, like 2 oopsies now? Oops. Jack, can I get some Fs for Soul Shinery? Like, I feel kind of bad. I'm gonna get sieged again, aren't I? You know, it actually looks kind of rad from up here. That looks kind of awesome. You got elk bird babies? Are you trying to tame elk birds? Elk birds must sound terrifying. Bloodthorn is one of the coolest sounding plants in Dwarf Fortress. That looks kind of awesome. Sweet. We are actually just straight up digging up more and more of these. Let's keep this gem mine going then. Strip out this up here. This is literally just me making a gem mine, essentially, just looking for gems. And it's working. They were part of your fortress taming project. The dwarves didn't get the eggs out of the nest, and, well, you got babies. Were the parents both tamed? Or, like, partially tamed? Because if so, then the babies will be better tamed, and then their babies will be domesticated. I think that's how that works. It's like 3 generations or something to get full domestication on most species in DF. And you didn't catch it during a siege? Aw. 3 pineapple apples, great. Give to workshop. Give to workshop. Give to workshop. And give to workshop. So the dwarves working in all these. We'll hopefully just be a bit more efficient now. You know, I'm kind of tempted to just forego the gem innards of this, and we'll finish that later. And just finish this top side, because this also looks pretty close. Like, that looks pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. Just the outside bit. Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah, Mr. Runner. You're making progress. That's good progress, then. Raise those babies to adulthood, and then you'll get some better adults. Still want to try and get them both done. It's the wrong type of block. Do this. And that. Getting there. Progress is being made. All right, so gold can do that. Why am I not finding my gold now? It's because I'm going from the bottom up. That's why. Okay, like actually, where the heck did my gold go? I know I have tons of this stuff. There's rose gold. Where's my gold? Like, you know, the GOLD gold? I can't be out of gold. Okay, no, I'm not. There it is. I was going to say. Getting a little insane if I'm actually out of gold. One, two. Two. I want to say that's the end of it right there. It has to be. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, six. All right, that should do it. All right, so that's the edge of it, which means we're actually making really good progress. I keep passing it. Yep, it's called living with my eyes. Come on. For some reason, you said S.J. Gould. I'm now thinking about Glenn Gould, the pianist. Beautiful stuff. My dad's a big fan. All right, gems coming over. That's one. Fortunately, there's fuckloads of pineapple opals around this fort. Not quite enough. And also the game's lagging because I'm channeling large chunks of land. All of this, but those little white-looking things are the gems that we're looking for, so at the very least, they're everywhere. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Maybe P. For whatever that's worth. I'm not exactly sure who you're talking about. Turns out one of the laggiest things you can do in Dwarf Fort for fun is what color are clear garnets? Reconfirm that they're different. Yes, they're a very different color. Probably plenty, if I had to guess. Probably plenty. All right, chat. I'm gonna be honest. It's 12:19 p.m. Or sorry, not 12:19. It's 9:21 p.m. I'm reading the wrong clock, and I've been streaming for 12 hours and 20 minutes. My brain is starting to malfunction, so I am simply going to screenshot this right here, this half of this, because that's enough for now. We'll finish this on another day, because I'm starting to not be able to properly formulate sentences. So I think it's time for us to save and put a marker down in the chat before I let more dwarves die in really dumb ways.